Okay. Oh god. Oh no, not the... Oh god, all the cameras are broken. One day I will start this stream. One day I will start the stream and we'll all be in the right place and everybody will be able to see everything.
It's Liz, hilarious. Is it because you have...
Like, literally all of it's broken.
Is a big one?
No,
have to,
everything is supposed to be the same size, but it's all just not. Hold on. I might actually have Chris zoomed in. Hold on, wait. Did I? Yeah, that's what it was. I clicked on Chris when he was showing off his candle. Chris, you can't. Your star power.
There we go.
Your star power is too much for the stream. The chat box. The chat box, however, is not having a good time, which is hilarious.
The chat box is just,
The chat box really is...
Is a skinny legend.
Like... Okay.
Oh my god.
Alright. The chat box is not having a good time. This is so funny. Okay. I don't know how to fix that, though. Anyway...
Chat. It's fine.
We're back. Same old. Y'all already know us. You know, if you've been here for the ride, you already know everything's broken always, and we roll with it. Be gone, chat box. I'm gonna put it back while I'm talking. So, welcome back in. Welcome in. Y'all are awesome. Chat, you look great today. If you haven't been with us, and this is your first time, welcome in. I am Dauntless. These are the Pirate Pals. We have Jake. Jake, wave hi. Thank you. Okay, Chris, wave hi. Kristen, wave hi. And Sarah, wave hi. There we go. We have the Pirate Pals, and we're all on this amazing Homebrew 5e adventure. If you'd like to catch up, go ahead and do !VOD, V-O-D, in the chat, and it'll take you to the YouTube playlist with all of our previous episodes. Last time on Stormborn's Curse, we have officially completed the island sort of chapter of our story. We left this island of, I guess ruin is the word, but it's sort of a strong word. There was a lot going on there, a lot of old history becoming new history, becoming old history again. And on that island we met Tessa, who is a half-elf, and she has like dark skin and this black hair that kind of curls back by her neck and frames her ears as they poke out from the sides of her heart-shaped face. and these piercing blue eyes that usually look rather soft, but you've noticed when she gets upset, that gaze literally turns icy. And Tessa has, much to everyone's despair, given you a quest. And this quest entails saving the material plane from these manifestations of elemental power that will, if left unchecked, tear everything that you know and love to shreds. Our party kind of got a rocky start on that. They've officially collected one of these manifestations, this shard, red, gemstone shard, that seemed to have some connection, influence related to time. And now we have come back to the ship, but in collecting that gemstone, a lot of old wounds, new wounds were opened, and a lot of words were said. And a lot of character flaws were pointed out. And this is what our party is kind of reconciling with now. Their captain, Casper, who has been sort of this charming, kind of charismatic, happy-go-lucky, goofball kind of person. They want answers from him because he hasn't been truthful. And his chickens are coming home to roost. And another loose end that they've sort of been prying at earlier in the campaign, you'll remember that we fought off this horde of goblins led by a hobgoblin captain named Targ, who seemed to be just the scourge of the earth. And one goblin seemed to survive that onslaught, and she was taken prisoner aboard the Seahawk. And the party, seeing the frail condition that she was in and that she didn't appear to pose a threat, was rightfully outraged. And this has been a point of contention between the party and Casper, and that's kind of what we're resolving now. We all took a lovely little stroll to go visit this goblin down in the lower quarters and kind of interrogate's a strong word, ask her questions that are very urgent to make sure that she doesn't actually pose a threat as we decide what to do with her. And that's where we're picking up right now. Last episode, like I said, we came down into the brig, which is this open room that takes up about the length of the ship, very much like bottom of the ship. And there are 3 cells in this room. There's one on the far end, one in the center, and then one closest to the ladder that you came down. And the one closest to the ladder is the one that this little goblin girl, who you learned last time, her name is Brienne. This is where she had been kept. You, through asking Casper and her as Raven, sent Casper to go get Brienne some proper clothes because she was wearing literally a potato sack. Once Casper had left, you guys were able to talk to her, ask some questions, and kind of learn a little bit more of her past, using some magic to be able to communicate across a language barrier. And now that Brienne has been properly clothed with... That's what... You know what? I completely forgot. Ripley. Because I thought about the clothes thing. So another piece to come back to. Ripley, who is our resident half-orc. She is a very, very buff, beautiful, beautiful woman. Ladies. And she's very tall, about 7.5 feet tall, with this thick black hair that she pulls back into a ponytail to kind of keep it out of her face. And she has this rich green skin, and these 2 tusks kind of poke out just above her, poke out onto her top lip just slightly. And she was an employee at the general store, what you thought was a general store, called Bullseye, which actually turned out to be the store Target that we all know and love. And this establishment seems to be a hall of horrors, as Ripley is seemingly one way or another under their control. Manipulating some of the knowledge she had gained under her employment with Target Bullseye, she was able to swindle out some brand new clothes for Brienne that are in her size, and that's what Brienne is wearing now. Is it's sort of like very plain, a shirt, some pants, some very basic shoes, and like a tiny cloak. Brienne is a goblin, and she's about, I don't know if I actually mentioned her age in terms of ballpark to you guys, but she's about 12-ish, human-wise. Like, she's not this little girl, but she's pretty young. And that's where we're picking up now. Faustus, Raven, Renori, and Tide, you're with them too, right? Because you had your thing with, so you're downstairs as well. So you're all in the brig. Casper has just come back because he went to go fetch clothes, and then upon coming back, and Ripley kind of hurriedly explaining how she was able to conjure up these clothes, that's where we pick up. Brienne is kind of looking between all of you. She seems she seems fine. She was very much scared when you first met her, terrified out of her mind, but she seems okay.
Just like a setting question I'm wondering about.
Yes, what's up?
So we're all kind of piled into one of the cells at the moment.
The door is open, and the door opens inward. Yeah, so you're all standing or kneeling, whatever combo, in that cell, closest to the ladder.
Does it feel crowded?
Like, you mean with the amount of people in the cell?
Yeah, like, is it, like, uncomfortably crowded?
Not uncomfortably, but there's a lot of you. There's 4 of you, plus Casper, plus Ripley. Tessa's also down with you. You asked her to come with, and then you have Brienne in front of you. So there's a cluster of you, but I wouldn't say it's, like, claustrophobic.
Okay, just wondering.
Yep. Oh, gosh.
That's
oh, no.
I think that Raven is going to just sort of shake herself away from, like, the Ripley bullseye bullshit, and just try to recenter her attention back to Brienne and ask her, like, she just looks at her and asks, "So, how do the clothes fit? Do you like them?"
Well, I think they fit all right. It's a bit... I don't know how to... And, as you... Who was the one who cast the language spell? I believe it was Raven or Renori. What was it? It was tongues, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not what I'm used to wearing, but it's comfortable. Thank you. Do I owe you for this?
No.
Oh.
They're yours.
Okay. And, she kind of, like, fiddles with the cloak a little bit, like she's like, oh, new threads.
Ty, this entire time, has been turned around with his hands over his eyes to not watch her dress to give her privacy, and is like a little bit purple from blushing because he's in the same room as somebody else getting dressed.
He's a gentleman.
And he just goes, "Is it done? Are we done?"
Yes. I'm fine. I am clothed.
Okay. And then he'll stay there for like a good several minutes longer just to make sure. And then he'll turn around.
Okay. You turn around. Hi. Pardon my asking if this is, disrespectful in a sense, but I assume you are trying to figure out what to do with me, yes?
Yes.
I don't know much of your circumstance, but whatever you feel you need to do, I would ask that you do it. I would hate to bring ruin upon more people. So,
Well, I mean, I think the thing is like, are you going to bring more ruin to us?
Not by my own choice, no. I had spoken with you when you had asked about my past, where I had come from, and, it's a bit hazy. I don't remember much of my childhood. I spent most of it in chains. And I did a lot of things I regret, and many more that I don't remember. But by my own hand now, as I am in control of myself, you can see, and she does like a little like, washa, to show you, jazz hands of control. I would not harm you, for you have given me clothing, you have given me food. I have no reason to harm you.
Then, I think, and she, like, looks at Casper just, like, briefly, because she's like, oh, right, well, I'm not the captain of this ship, but I'm gonna just keep talking anyway. I think, then, if you're not going to hurt us, that you know of, I think what we do is go back up on the deck with you and see how things go.
Okay. I'm grateful for a chance.
But it's not, my choice, really, to make, so...
Casper kind of huffs a little bit, and he looks at the rest of you like, well, what are your opinions? Sarah, I think you muted yourself.
No, yeah, I did.
Yep.
I muted and then struggled to find it. Raven is leaning against the wall and like has her arms folded. As soon as she kind of realized that we were deliberating about the fate of this innocent girl. And Raven's just like, well, I vote we free her and let her choose what she wants to do.
Casper looks at you, Faustus.
And in chains most of her life, I don't see any reason we should keep her in chains if she's not a threat to us.
Casper's eyes slide over to Tide. And you, Tide, you notice that gaze doesn't stay kind of evenly on you as it does with everybody else. Like, he's kind of still looking, a lot of back and forth going on.
Sure.
Alright. And Casper's kind of kneeling in front of her right now. Let me give Briette, I don't think I actually gave her a formal description besides what she's wearing. So she is a young goblin girl. She has this like very similar to Ripley's skin tone, like a hunter green kind of complexion, with sort of like not similar to like human skin, and this rich green color, and she's got even darker green hair that falls sort of around her face, and she's got little, like, her eyes are just wide like doe eyes, and she's got like golden irises, and her hands are quite small, but you see she's got large claws on the end of them. And her feet are shaped very similarly to her hands, like a sort of a chicken feet situation. And then she's now wearing the clothes that you gifted her, and she's got it's a little bit hard to see them, but it's important to me that you know she's little freckles.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just kind of with those wide, innocent eyes looking at all of you. So, right, Casper was going to say something. Head empty. So, Casper, kind of, after taking that in, alright, Brienne, I've already apologized, but I fear I can't ever apologize enough for incarcerating you. So, again, from the bottom of my heart, I apologize. I hope you can understand wanting to protect what I have and wanting to keep my own safe. And Brienne gives him a hearty nod, like, of course. And he sort of sighs. He goes, well, we're kind of in the business of taking in people who need a new family and a new place to stay. So there's always room in the crew if that's what you'd like. But if not, I can think of a few places we could swing by to drop you off in maybe a week's travel or less. And Tessa, who's been quiet since you asked her to, like, she's just kind of been drifting behind and listening. She pipes up from the back like, Brienne, do you have family? Anyone left? I heard your tragedy, and I'm incredibly sorry that you had to go through something so horrible. But is there anyone looking for you? And Brienne thinks really hard. No, they're all dead. Yeah, they're all dead. And Casper's just kind of like, his head drops a little bit and goes, well, we've got a new place here. And so, stepping out of character, because this is like the "Are you sure?" screen in a video game. Crew, pirate pals, are we welcoming Brienne into the family?
I do have a question.
Go for it.
I don't know, semantically, I guess. This would be our third person, right?
Okay, so going back over, yeah. So I'm gonna tweak the ship mechanics and the NPC mechanics because I actually don't really like them. So don't worry about your number of NPCs for now. I'll let you know how that change is happening, and what we'll have like a little sidebar about that. So I'm gonna change that. But yes, this is technically, I'm not really, so, okay, so you have Ripley, you have, Dolphin doesn't count because he went with you as a quest giver, so you have Ripley, you have Tessa, and now you will have Brienne, and that's your three. Right now. If you take her, obviously. So, stepping out of character, this is like a confirmation screen. Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, Renori doesn't care in the sense that she wants Brienne to make her own choices. So,
Okay.
she's just like, yeah, I mean, if she wants to be here, sure. If she doesn't, sure.
Okay. The rest of y'all, are we all in agreement? Anybody have any objections? Cool beans. Okay, you have acquired Brienne. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. So, stepping back into the fabric of our world here. Upon you all accepting her, Brienne, first of all, she squeals and it like breaks your eardrums. And she's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I should watch my volume, but oh my goodness, thank you. I hope you don't die like my last family.
Thanks. I hope so too. Yeah, that's what we're going for.
Yes. I will be of assistance however I can. Just tell me what I should do and I will. She's just kind of looking excitedly between all of you. Casper steps aside a little bit. He's like, well, you don't have to, number one, you don't have to stay in here. And she kind of shuffles out of the cell around you guys. She's about waist height-ish on most of you. I don't think are any of you, like, exceptionally tall? Tide's, like, 6'1", right? Okay. Tide, she's like thigh height for you, probably. Everybody else, she's like between waist and thigh height, depending on your character's heights. She's, she's a small species. And, she kind of worms her way through the group so that she's looking at all of you. She goes, well, what first? Is there, I have already sworn myself to you, so I am... What first?
I think we said you need to go eat. Like, just go.
Food. Yes, please.
Yeah. Do you want to go get food first or pick out a bed first?
I can sleep anywhere, so food, please, if you have any to spare. And are you all gonna lead her to the galley?
Sure, yeah.
Yep.
Alright, so,
I love how this has turned into babysitting.
This is, yes, congratulations, you've adopted a child.
Is this the Sims Legacy Challenge?
Yes.
Oh, no.
We're adventurers and a little lady.
You have, congratulations, you've adopted a child. We will have you...
100 babysit challenge starting right now.
Child? No.
So your procession makes its way up this ladder, and let's say Ripley takes up the rear because she is very large, and she doesn't want to fall on anybody, so she kind of like, you all kind of make your way up, and you're heading to the galley. Is everybody going to the galley, or do any of you want to like break off and...
We'll go to the galley.
Okay. Kristen's doing the thinking face. What's up, Chris?
Tide is gonna stay on the deck.
Okay. Are you looking you looking for anybody, or are you just staying?
We're just hanging.
Okay.
I'll go. Where's Casper going?
Casper is kind of... He's going to the galley. He's going to the galley.
Okay, yes, Renor is gonna also go to the galley.
Alright. Raven, are you going too?
Yeah.
Okay, so Tide, we're gonna catch up with you in a second. Everybody else, so you make your way down... You know what? Also, Tessa goes down to the galley, Ripley breaks off as well. So the rest of you, minus Ripley and Tide, you all head down to the galley. Fishhook is there, so is Dolthrin. So as you come down this ladder, the two of them are sitting at the end of that, if you'll recall, we have that like long picnic table that you all eat at. They're sitting kind of at the far end, like into the galley here, and they're doing prosthetic maintenance. You see that Dolthrin's taken his, if it's been a while since I've described him, so I'm going to describe him again, because he kind of like came in and they faded in the background, which, it happens. He is a stout dwarven man with this mane of, like, silvery white hair. You couldn't really guess what color it used to be if you wanted to. And it's got these silver, like, decorations woven through it, like thread and beads and such. And it's braided back. And he's got a thick, like, real just glorious beard and mustache going that matches the hair back here, and he looks weathered, he looks traveled, he looks like somebody who could tell you a good story. And he's got these blue and silver robes that sort of pinned in this V, with a thick brown belt, and at his side he has what looks like a custom rapier that just beautiful make. And his right arm, up until about midway on his bicep, is made of metal. And it's this... It doesn't look like particularly expensive, but it is like a silvery color. And it seems to mimic the human form pretty well. And it's got blue wave designs kind of like pressed down into the metal. And they crawl up the arm. And there's like it seems to tell like its own little story. And then on the palm, there's some sort of like recess in the palm. Like there's a little hatch with like little doors that are closed. So you see this arm, his arm is laying on the table on like a cloth, and there's some tools and stuff laying along it. And he seems to be like working on one of the joints, and they've both got little jugs of ale in front of them, and they're chatting. And Fishhook looks up as you guys come down, and he goes, "Hey, Raven, Faustus, Renori, have we met?" And Tessa kind of, Tessa, I'm more of a new acquisition. And he goes, well, hail and well met. What can I do for you?
We were wondering if you could whip something up for our new friend here. And she gestures towards Brienne.
Fishhook's eyes go down. And he's like, that's a child. Okay.
Is it goblin? I don't actually know how old she is. How old are you?
How long did your spell last, Kristen? How long is tongues?
1 hour.
Okay. So yeah, you still have some time. She goes,
We've got 2 minutes left.
Nah, you got some time. You probably have like 15 minutes left. I don't know how your ages work very much, but I like to think I'm not a child. So,
You are a child.
I don't really have a healthy point of reference for these things. But I would like to think I'm not a child.
So, not a child, question mark.
'Cause answering this in a more DM kind of way, goblin life stages are different from human ones in the sense that goblin life stages prioritize kind of what you can do, not your usefulness, but what you can do. Like, you know how when a person gets old, it's like, oh, they're old. They can't do anything. They're old. But
Yeah.
as a, which is, it's how it goes. But, for goblins, it's more your abilities change as you get older. So she's entering the sort of like optimal for manual labor fighting era of her life, coming out of the like, so it's kind of like dexterity, manual labor, and then intelligence based jobs. Like, it's like 3 stages, and you could kind of categorize that as like young, middle-aged, old. And she's like, you know that weird space like from 19 to like 20, or like 18 to 20, where you're not quite a teenager, like a child, but you're also kind of not an adult and you don't know what you are. She's sort of in there, but translating that to human lifespan, she's about 12. So it's a little bit complicated. If it helps psychologically, she's about 16. But in terms of the years she's lived, she's about 12. Think of her like a teenager. She's on like the second half of being a teenager. If that's probably the best way to think about it.
Sir,
I have a headache.
I said a lot of words that I didn't need to say.
A lot of numbers, and that was my issue.
Listen, my head hurts, and I have to know this stuff. So, okay, so yeah, so she's about like mentally she's about 16, roughly. So not quite. That's why I'd like to think I'm not a child. In her culture, she would be entering into the fuller workforce at this point. So, okay. So, I mean, I'm not necessarily a child, but I am hungry. Fishhook kind of like looks from her to you guys to her again. She's like, well, I can cook. Are we all eating lunch? I don't mind whipping something up for everybody.
Raven's kind of like, well, since you offer. Like, that's like her body language.
mean,
just like, well, you're asking.
what's the menu for the
That's a Debbie
afternoon?
So, yeah, Raven is kind of just like sits. And that's kind of her answer.
There's no real menu. It's whatever you want.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Any
I'll make it
so
simple for you. Anybody have any dietary stuff they don't like?
I don't know.
I don't know that I've had enough food.
Sandwiches sound alright?
Sure.
I'll make you
Sure.
some sandwiches. And
Nice.
I'm just remembering.
I would love a sandwich right now. That sounds amazing. So
I'm just remembering something from last episode because I rewatched the VOD. Faustus is in for a treat. Remember how we were like, don't tell Faustus about the cabinet? Anyway, so so Fishhook, y'all see Fishhook go to there's this door, and I first described the galley. So it's this long, kind of narrow space, and most of it is occupied by this picnic table end to end that the entire crew, you kind of, there's some squishing, and not everybody is usually down here at once. There's usually people up on the deck doing work, so it's enough for enough people to eat at one time. And it comes up just before this door that's set into the opposite wall. And it's like one of those doors that has a little cutout at the top so you could open it with the door still being closed. And then the kitchen area right here along this wall, right by the benches. So you see Fishhook open this door, and he steps in, and he just, the door's like cracked open. It's not, he hasn't shut it. And you kind of see his butt poking out. Good butt. And there's some rustling and some drama, and then he kind of like shuffles backwards, and he's got about 2 baskets of bread, and then he's sort of holding this like bulging pile of lettuce and tomatoes and onions and all sorts of shenanigans, and he like puts them down on the counter. And then the baskets, he's sort of balancing and slides them down so you can hold them in his hands. And he stacks those 2. And he takes a minute, and he's sort of muttering to himself and gesturing with his hands. And he scoots his way back and bumps the door closed with his hip. And he comes back to where that stove is, and then he opens it. He's taking down knives, like he's getting down to business. And he's going to make y'all sandwiches. So, with that being said, you're going to have to wait a couple seconds, because he's making sandwich 4, 5, 6 at least. So you see him making these things, like he's not waiting. But what are y'all doing during the wait? You got Dolthrin sitting at the end of the table. He hasn't really said anything to you, but he sort of like nods at all of you in greeting. And then you also have Fishhook cooking.
I think that Raven would sort of like interestedly, so I should say, is like, there's like a counter, right? Like,
Yeah.
like a little thing that like separates the kitchen area from like the actual seating.
Not really a counter. No, it's more just like enough space. Like there could be a counter there, but it's really just the space where that counter would be. So it's not really separated. It's like this kitchen is like here, like the stove, cabinets, everything, and then the seats are like right here. So there's just like a little walkway, yeah.
So Raven is just going to like nudge herself like in an area where she can watch what Fishhook is doing.
Mm-hmm.
She actually might just like perch herself, like sit on the table instead of the chair and like look in the direction of the kitchen. You know?
Okay.
Like, have her feet on the bench.
So you can do that. You watch him going. He's sort of, he doesn't really have a cutting board, and you can actually see the kind of battle scars in the counter from where you are, and he's starting to get to business, chopping up some lettuce, onions, tomatoes, all that good stuff.
I think Renori will just sit down and wait and observe everyone else that's in here.
Mm-hmm.
Tessa's in here, so she's not about it a little bit. But yeah.
Yeah, Tessa's kind of like, she hasn't taken a seat. She's sort of hanging back. Not so much where she's like out of the room, but she's definitely trying to give you guys a wide berth.
Yeah, Renori will shoot her a few, like...
The usual I hate you glares. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, okay, so she sort of yeah, she's just kind of watching this happen. She's a little fascinated. Like she seems kind of like she's just taking all of this in, like sparkly eyed a little bit. Brienne is just in awe, like jaw on the floor. Like you all just have food? This is incredible.
Here, yeah, on the ship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Before the ship, no. But on the ship, yeah, always.
Before the ship, I did a lot of stealing.
Oh, well, I mean...
Yeah, there's actually a lot of food pretty much everywhere all the time if you know where to look.
Oh, that's good to know. And,
I was...
does anyone have some... What is the word? Paper? Paper? Parchment?
Renori's gonna look real sad about the next few events that take place, but she's gonna grab like one of her spell books.
Oh, you don't know.
And she's gonna flip all the way to the back to where it's empty. And very slowly, like as if she's pulling off skin or something, will tear out a page.
Okay.
And then slowly place it in front of Brienne. And then just put away.
She doesn't at all pick up any of that pain. Like, even a little bit. She takes it. She goes, thank you. Do you have...
Raven reaches into her bag and like takes out ink and a quill.
Okay. So she very carefully, it's kind of awkward. I like to imagine goblins have 4 fingers and not 5. So she has to kind of maneuver it to sit properly on her hand, but she takes the quill and ever so carefully dips it into the ink pot, and in very shaky handwriting in Goblin, you see her take a note. And Tongues does not, as far as I know, let you read. So yeah, so you see her taking like a little note in Goblin, and then she like, and then she folds it up and puts it in her newfound pockets because she has pants. And then she hands the quill back to you, Raven.
Oh, thank you.
I have comprehend languages, but I don't want to use the spell slot. So.
Do I have comprehend languages?
You can ritual
as a ritual.
Yeah.
I have it as ritual.
Do you not have it as a ritual, Renori?
It's under first level.
I think you can...
Different for...
As a wizard, you can't ritual cast it? I feel like you should be able to.
As a wizard, you can not only can you ritual cast it, it doesn't even have to be prepared.
Yeah.
You can always ritual cast.
Oh, okay. Well, then I could just cast it then.
It'll take you about
10 minutes.
Right. Ritual casting, 10 minutes.
God. Damn. Okay, well, it's folded up and put away, so who cares?
Just letting you know you have that option for spells.
Hate it.
Raven, I can't. You are a treasure.
Really violate her trust.
I mean, yeah, you could violate her trust. It's like, that's free.
Yeah.
So you all gathered in this galley, and she's watching Fishhook like make the sandwiches now, and Fishhook turns back to y'all while he's chop, and then he slides some stuff over and chop, and he kind of casts y'all a glance over his shoulder. Take it back now, y'all. Y'all, how'd you come by? How did this happen? We have new friends.
Well, which new friend do you want to know about?
Both of them, preferably, and how they like their sandwiches. um, Tessa pipes up from the back, like, I'm not picky. I'm just very grateful to be standing here. And Brienne nods the same.
Raven kind of glibly is, and like very deadpan, it's just like, well, I've always had an affinity for collecting things, so strays seemed like a good thing to sort of get into.
You like to collect too? I love to collect.
Raven pauses with her mouth still open because she just wasn't really expecting. Because I think that she is assuming that tongues wore off at that point, and she's
You still have like a few minutes left. Yeah.
and she's just like, yeah, you know what? Again, about like that stealing thing earlier, I like to collect powerful magic.
Oh, that's cool. I like to collect shiny things and baubles and anything that seems like it's important to someone. Not to hurt their feelings, but just because when something is important to someone, it tends to be important to everyone. So I collect those things.
Don't come near any of my items.
Oh no, I would not take from you. No. I would just take from someone who would not necessarily miss it. That is, I would not. I know you. You seem like people who would miss their belongings. I wouldn't do that.
If you want some tips, though, on stealing things,
yes,
Renora's just gonna point at Faustus.
Faustus, Brienne looks at you, and she starts taking out that parchment again. She goes, Miss Raven, if you would please, do you have the, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, here you go. It's called quill.
Quill?
Or you could just say pen. Is that
pen?
Easy?
I like that. Okay.
Wheel and pin are gonna be the only things in common
that she remembers.
Can say in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, you have literally. I was about to say that you have about 2 minutes left on that tongue, Renora. You feel that magic starting to fade from you as its effect begins to diminish.
I'm letting it happen. I'm just like, goodbye.
So do you pass her that quill again, Raven?
Yeah.
Okay, so she takes it, and Faustus, she looks at you, quill at the ready, like, anything you have to teach. I would love to listen.
Sure, I assume if you just hang around, you'll pick things up as we go.
Okay. Then I will always have to be ready to learn. I can do that. And she,
That's, literally what Faustus does, by the way. Picks things up as we go.
Oh, I do that too. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I will need that back.
Oh, right. I apologize. I know I just said I was not taking things. I did not mean to. And she hands it back.
No, it's fine. I only have one of those.
Oh. Well, you will always have one. I will not take it from you.
Yeah.
Okay, you can borrow it whenever you want. And then she just like is taking it and is like keeps pulling it back and forth as like she's nervously like, no, it's fine, but like also I needed it, and then she just finally puts it back into her satchel.
Okay. About now, Fishhook's starting to stack up the same. Like he's cut everything, so he's starting to arrange it all. And he starts putting sandwiches on plates. And he looks like he's given one of each, but there's also some extra off to the side. And he starts dealing out plates. So Faustus, he passes you a plate first. He bestows one upon Brienne, like he's lowering a crown upon a royal's head, just like, for you. Renori, he hands one to you. Raven, he kind of like does a little like for you. He looks around for Tide, and then he goes like, like seeing he's not there, and then he passes a plate over to Tessa, who nods at him gratefully, and he sits one down in front of Dolthor, but the way the plate smacks the table, it's like just very dramatic, and the sandwich kind of bounces off the wooden plate a little bit, and Dolthorn looks up at him and grunts, and Fishhook like, right back at him. And
is Casper with us?
Casper is with us, and so I forgot to give Casper a sandwich. That's my bad. Fishhook loves him and therefore would not forget to give him a sandwich. Casper also receives a sandwich.
Very important sandwich tracking.
Yes, we have to track the sandwiches. So, you all have received sandwich. We're going to come back to you in a couple of seconds. I want to go over to Tide. Tide, the whole group pretty much went on. You do notice Ripley kind of broke away as well, but she didn't seem to notice you. Like, she just kind of made her way to the opposite rail of the boat to look out. You all are still in this cove that you were in that sort of led you to this island. And she's looking out down at the shallow water. You see other crewmates milling about. You do see Chad. He is leaning against the mainmast, and he's looking out the same direction Ripley's looking, but he's leaning against the mainmast, and she's like 20 feet ahead, like in front of him. You don't see Boomstick. And that's about everybody else. You see like other crew members milling about.
Hyde is gonna walk towards Chad, but in a, like, chill way. Like, he's not trying to draw attention to it, just casually walk to Chad.
Do a stroll. Can you do me a performance check for this stroll?
In like goodness. A chill way.
Because you're very intentionally trying to be chill. I want to see how chill you are.
All right. 16.
Okay, pretty chill. You're like, okay, don't be suspicious. You're strolling. You got the stroll going on. You're casual and everything. It does look like you're trying to be chill, but Chad's not paying attention, so it works out. And you make your way up to Chad, and you kind of approach him out of his peripheral, so he looks at you. So, oh, hi.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. Just sitting, enjoying the breeze a little bit. How about you? You okay?
Yeah, well, we just got that goblin girl out from the brig, I think is what you call it.
Yeah, brig. I'm glad she's alright.
Do you speak goblin?
No. I barely speak common. He kind of like, you know, he's a jokester.
Well, who else went down there to see her?
I did. Well, I don't know if Casper did. I mean, a couple of the guys had to.
Did Boomstick ever go down there?
Not that I know of. She kind of just does her own thing in the armory, and I don't really think she ever leaves it.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious, because she was saying that somebody was talking to her and, letting her know that everything was going to be okay, but Casper said he doesn't speak Goblin, and you don't speak Goblin, so I was just curious to who she was talking to, so she could maybe have another friend on the ship.
Oh. It's a big crew, and pretty much anybody who, we're all entrusted, so could have been anybody. I'm sorry. Wish it could have been more help.
Well, it's fine. I mean, it is what it is. She seems really nice, though.
I mean, she seemed really sweet. She didn't know anything we were saying, but I'm glad it turned out okay. Where's she now?
I think they went down. She was talking about getting food, so I think she went down to get food. I don't really know how we're gonna communicate with her because Renori did one of her spells so she could talk, but that doesn't last forever.
I I don't know, this might be like a stupid idea or something. I'm not really a magic kind of guy. But maybe you could ask one of your magic friends to, like, I don't know, maybe give her like something and then put the magic for the languages on something so that like she could have it. And I don't know if that's how that works, but that's what I would think of. Like a translator. But something she could hold.
I don't know how that works either.
It all goes over, I mean, pretty much everything goes over my head, but if it's worth a shot. Yeah, it's whatever. Roll me an insight check real quick.
Okay. Oh god. I don't know. What's my insight?
Secret genius.
Oh, +7. Okay.
What is it?
A nat 20.
Nice! Let's go. Okay, so we got 27 with a natural 20. So, Chad seems off. He's normally a lot more chipper. There's this sort of melancholy about him right now. Like, he's still got his Chad demeanor. Like, he's still pretty chill and kind of funny, but there's something, he's off. And, he's looking out more than he is at you when he's talking, and you do catch that he is kind of like, how do I put this? He's just quieter than usual and slowed down and sad.
Tide will kind of reach out and again touch like the side of his arm. Are you okay? Did I do something?
Oh, no. Oh, God. No. It has nothing to do with you. I'm sorry to even make you feel that way. Don't worry about it. Sorry. It's not you. I'm okay.
What is it?
And he kind of turns so his shoulders lean against the mast and he can look at you better. When I was younger, I always thought I would grow up to be this, like, cool, suave adventurer, like, kind of like Casper. You know what I mean? Like, somebody feels like they kind of were just taken out of a storybook. And I'm here, and I've been here for a few years, and I feel like every time anything happens, I'm never around to make a difference. And I don't know, it just sucks. Like, I know I can do stuff. I'm not the smartest. I know that. But I don't know, I want to help sometimes. And it sucks not being able to. Like I said, It's nothing.
What brought all this about?
Well, you all came back, and it'd been a little bit, and I was worried about you and everybody, and well, it seemed like you guys did something. I mean, you came back with a new person, and you all seem different, and I don't know, I've just been thinking a lot about my past and what I want for my future, and it's just kind of sad that when I think about my future, all I can think about is me moving crates and tying ropes and carrying things and checking off boxes on a manifest, because I'm not really good for much else but that.
I don't think that's true.
I mean, you're just being nice.
We did come back different from the island, but different's not always good. Um, I don't even know what happened back there. I don't really know what happened to me. I definitely don't know what happened to everybody else. And it's not really something that I can get into right now. But if you want to do something different, then do something different. We're on a ship. I mean, I wouldn't say like attack anybody, but I saw you help the goblin when we got attacked by the goblins. You didn't just stand there. That's 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 more than half the crew can say. And as for Tessa, we always want another hand. Like it's never going to be a bad thing to have another person on our side.
All right. Thank you. I think it's just something I'm gonna have to work on.
Well, I'm here if you ever want to talk.
Thank you. You're really good to me. And it means a lot.
Yeah, anytime. Do you want to go get some food?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so are you gonna head down to the galley?
Yeah.
Okay. So switching back. The rest of you hath been given a sandwich. I assume, are we chatting while we're eating, or is this just sort of an eat and look at each other kind of situation? What's going on?
I think Renori will turn towards Faustus, wherever the heck Faustus is in this kerfuffle of people.
Faustus is probably next to Brienne.
Okay. And so she'll just, Renori will just, shift her body in his direction, and take note of the fact that a lot of things have happened, and it moved really quickly, and they were just talking about if they should trust her or not, and Faustus was raising that concern. So she's just gonna be like, okay, yeah, well, I went from kind of talking about that with Faustus to now we're sitting here and she's part of the crew. Okay, and so she's gonna look at Faustus and go, so, are you okay? What are your current thoughts and feelings? And she's just gonna, gesture to everything, about this. Everything.
Seems harmless to me.
For my hilarity, I need y'all to know Brienne is sitting when she got this sandwich, okay? Sandwich comes down in front of her, her eyes light up, and you hear her, the tongues has faded at this point, so the tongues has worn off, and so you see her clasp her little hands together, and she murmurs something in Goblin, and it looks like she's praying over the food, and she just like lettuce, onions, tomatoes, crumbs, she is literally, it's like you put a sandwich in a wood chipper. And every once in a while she goes like and she is
Deep breath.
Then Raven, while she is eating, is just taking the slowest and bites, because she's just in a trance watching Brienne eat. So she's just like,
She
with
is
this
just
almost concerned expression on her brow, just like, I don't know I hope she's okay. And like thinking like if she starts to choke, like do I know how to fix that?
Yeah. Renori is gonna like lean away from the lettuce and onion shards that are being like projectile thrown everywhere. And take that in for a minute because that's an overwhelming sight to see. And then go back to Faustus. Okay, yeah. Noted on how you feel about her, but I kind of meant everything and not just her. Because there are unresolved. Well, there's a list, so.
I do want to note, in terms of, because we are talking about everything, Casper is, because he's part of the everything, so he is kind of at the farther end of the table, but he's not paying attention to you. He's kind of gotten into this hushed, he looks very amused by something, and he's in this hushed conversation with Daltherin and Fishhook. And it seems more like them talking and him listening to them, and every once in a while be like, but they're in their corner having their own thing, so you don't have to worry about that.
I mean, Renori wouldn't have cared, but...
I know, I just wanted you to know, just in case that impacted anything, like he is currently indisposed.
Okay.
Well, that was really top of my list of concerns was look, there's a long list of things that I will do to get ahead or to get a pay check, but I steer away from the human trafficking of children in particular. So now that concern is assuaged, whatever secrets Casper wants to keep, I don't care so much about.
I'm not sure I'm convinced. But I don't mean that in a derogatory way of like, I am annoyed with you because I am not convinced. It's just more of a... You don't seem like the type of person who doesn't want to know everything. I feel like you like to pick everything apart to see how it works. And I don't think that that's wrong.
Yes,
but I'm just saying.
Some locks are more complicated and they have to be disassembled more slowly, over time. Gently.
I understand what you're saying and it makes me uneasy, so I'm gonna go back to my sandwich.
Raven was so tempted to like say something completely inappropriate, but she just stuffs the sandwich in her face further. She's just like, nope, I'm just gonna keep that to myself.
I am so proud. I am the character development right now. I am so proud of you.
It's just that like she's in the present still of Brienne.
And
even though Tongues isn't active, she doesn't want Brienne picking up any of the comment that she was about to say, so she was like,
yeah.
Oh, like there's this responsibility.
Brienne, like, plate clean. It looks like if we, like, left her and you didn't tell her that she finished the sandwich, she probably would have eaten the plate, too. And she slowly goes and she picks up she's picking up the little bits that she sent flying everywhere that she can get to, and she gathers them all in a tiny little pile on her plate, and then she scoops it onto her hand, and then very, like...
Raven is finished with about half of her sandwich, but she ate like a very big breakfast, the waffles, the shenanigans. So she just like offers wordlessly the other half of her sandwich to Brienne.
Are you sure? But this isn't Goblin, so you wouldn't know that. I forgot the tongues. She says something concerned in Goblin. Okay. She says something else in Goblin, and she very gently, as if she's taking a baby from you, takes this other half of the sandwich, and she looks at it, and she yeah, that wasn't. Those weren't two things I should have paired up. Yeah, she devours the baby.
You know, just like what you do with the baby.
Yeah, you know, normal parent things.
Oh no.
So Sarah, you didn't have to make it worse. It's already bad. You didn't have to make it worse. Okay. Well, the rest of the sandwich is gone. It's like it was never there. It's gone. And she looks very satisfied.
Good.
Have I gotten down there yet?
Yeah, so you're probably going to come down just as she's inhaling the other half of this sandwich. So you all would probably hear Tide and Chad coming down. I imagine the conversation, if there's any, is really hushed. Tide and Chad make their way down into the galley. So y'all see sandwiches. And Fishhook kind of turns. He goes, "Oh, gentlemen, sandwich, or can I get you anything else?"
Can I get a grilled cheese?
Of course. And then Chad's kind of like, anything. And Fishhook gives you all a nice nod. And there's still some bread on the counter and stuff like that. So he's getting to work on your orders. You see everyone here, pretty much. What do you want to do? Tide.
Oh, sorry. Tide is gonna sit down probably next to Renori, if that seat's open.
Renori?
Yeah.
I think that seat's open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seat's open.
Yeah, he's gonna sit there. Not you going full on Forrest Gump on me. And then he's gonna sit down and not really acknowledge anybody, not in like a shady way, just like he's here to eat and he sees everybody else is eating or has already ate. So he kind of does like the classic, like picks up the fork and knife and like puts it down on the table, ready to eat when folks ready for him.
Okay. Chad's he's still kind of quiet, but in the presence of other company, he seems to have cheered up a little bit. And Fishhook, like, you don't even know when he really came back with this stuff, but he's got a block of cheese. And you see him take these thin practice slices off of this block, and set them to the kind of like the side, and then he takes some of the bread that he had earlier, and before you know it, there's some sizzling and a lovely smell drifting over from that side of the room, and you actually see him kind of like he flips the sandwich in a pan and he catches it, and a few seconds later, there's a hot grilled cheese sliding in front of you, Tide, and then it takes about a couple minutes before Chad's will get there.
Tide is gonna like start eating. I'm imagining the sandwich is not like a little dainty.
No, this is a hefty grilled cheese. This is industrial.
So he's gonna pick it up with both hands because he doesn't cut the sandwich,
right?
Because he's not a child, and we'll take a.
But triangles are ageless. All right.
We'll take a big like rip out of it and like start eating, but you know how like when you eat cheese it's a little like
it's all
gummy, and so like his mouth is like little bit like crust from the bread, like the crumbs, and then like just full of cheese at this point. And he kind of looks over to Renori and like elbows lightly to get her attention and like tries to say, "Do you want some?" But it's so gummy in his mouth that he's like, "Ooh."
The face I'm making is the face Renori makes. She just goes, "No."
And then he'll continue to eat and take like a big swig of
what do you want?
Water.
You want water? Okay, yeah. We could just say Fishhook gave you something to drink. When you do that with Renori, you kind of hear Chad giggle next to you a little bit. It's like a little snicker.
And then he kind of offers it to Chad as well to see if he wants any. Not really wanting to give it to either of them, but feeling like morally obligated to offer it to him.
Fishhook's making me one, man. I'm good.
And then he'll just keep eating and like grabbing an apple and kind of wiping off his face.
Fishhook slides Chad's sandwich out and he eats it less like that. You all are pretty. You're all gathered in this room. What do we want to do here, folks? We got pretty much everybody in this room, and we're all eating sandwiches. From first half that came in, Raven, Faustus, Renori, you guys have probably finished your meals, or you're getting kind of close to finishing your meals. We were having a lot of conversations. What are we doing now?
Tide is going to take a really, like, labored swallow. Like, you know, when you just have a lot of food and just swallow it down. He goes, "We haven't moved yet. Anybody know why?" Not directing towards Casper at all, but everybody else on the other side of the table.
Okay, yeah. Casper doesn't even lift his head.
At Casper. Okay.
Casper doesn't
He's not
notice.
Yet. He's just not addressing Casper.
That's fair.
So Raven will look at Casper, sees that Casper doesn't even like look over, and then will kind of turn back and be like, where are we even supposed to be going?
Hold on.
Renori will look at Tessa.
Yeah, so will Tide.
And go.
Well, Tessa has working ear holes, apparently. This is a Casper call-out post. So, she kind of like, and she finishes, like, chewing the little bit of sandwich that was in her mouth. She's like, okay, well, there's a number of things I could do to help us kind of better determine where we're going. Just give me 1 moment. And she, in a more human-esque fashion than Brienne did, kind of scarfs down the rest of her sandwich, and she passes the plate over to Fishhook like, "This was incredible, thank you." And Fishhook gives her a nod of respect, and she goes, "Whenever you are ready, I'll be up on the upper deck. I have a sort of ritual I could do to help with this." And she kind of awkwardly, like, backs her way out of the galley and starts heading up the ladder. So,
Renori relaxes a little bit as
yeah.
As Tessa leaves the room, she kind of, like, visibly isn't as tense. And then, per Tide's comment moments ago, she's gonna, like, lean, like, past Tide, who's sitting next to her, to, like, look down at the other end of the table, and just shout, "Hey, Casper! Why are we not moving yet?"
So he's, like, mid conversation. It's mostly with Dolther at this point, because Fishhook's been kind of tending with y'all, so he's got, like, his elbows forward, like, and very entranced in that conversation, and you call to him, and you kind of like, what? Well, I didn't necessarily know where to send us. Kind of foolish to wander open sea, but I guess we could. You chartered me for the area around Luna Island, so I could continue us on our path if everybody's rested. I just didn't want to send us out onto open sea without a few things being
Raven
resolved.
Raven kind of has this thought where she just like, if something just occurred to her, she was like, where were we going in the first place? Like when we left, like where were we headed to?
Dolthrin gives a very hearty well,
He was trying to save his friend, remember? As Tide continues to eat.
as your friend elegantly said, my dearest friend is missing.
Yes. It's been a long 2 days.
Renori's like drinking from like secondhand embarrassment.
I believe he was last seen somewhere around the Luna Island area, and that is where Casper had offered to take us. Though,
Yeah.
right, yes.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So and then she just doesn't even finish the sentence. She immediately heads up there.
Okay.
Renori's gonna wait.
Okay.
Not head up right away.
Alright.
She's gonna try and... this is not gonna work because Casper is an airhead. But, she's gonna try and, like, make eye contact with Casper and be like, can you stay back for just a second? I have something to say. Like, this is, like, her telepathically...
Like, be like, please understand this. Okay, so... Let me see what this would be. Okay, so he...
Chris, you're muted. Chris,
you're
definitely
muted.
Popped off with a comment.
Oh, Lord.
I just said, let's see that perception.
Yeah, that's, he did a good job. He, Renori, it does take a second, because Casper also kind of hides behind his mug when that happens. Hi, Bella. Baby.
Real D&D player.
And...
This is my familiar.
She is adorable. So he kind of, like, also hides behind the mug, and then looks up, and he catches your glance, and he gives you, like, a... just... he catches that. Yeah. Raven has made her way up. Tide, Faustus, what are y'all doing?
Tide is gonna tailor by, say, way up to Raven, but it like spinning crumbs at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll take the rest. He only has a little bit left, but we'll take the rest of his sandwich and kind of like run after Raven.
Okay. Faustus?
Faustus kind of gathers his sandwich, like half a sandwich up, kind of similar to what Tide is doing, but a little bit more carefully. And just sort of like gets up and heads up in the same direction, but just a little bit more like sort of resignedly.
I love how Tide has become the metric of politeness.
Yes.
He's very polite. Thank you very much.
Faustus, do me a perception check.
Yeah.
It's messy.
That is a 25.
Nice. Okay, so Faustus, kind of during the tail end of your meal, as everybody sort of settled down to eat, you felt watched. And you do you catch Brienne staring at you quite a bit, like, and she's not being very subtle about it. Like, she's kind of looking at you at the, like, corner of her eye, and then she'll slowly turn her head to stare, and then when she thinks you're looking at her, she'll, like, and bury her face in the sandwich. And then it kind of progresses on through the meal to the point so when you're ready to get up and you start getting up, you actually notice her kind of mirroring your, like, movements a little bit, and she also gathers herself, like, and she follows you out.
When I notice that she's doing it, I do a couple, like, little false steps, like, ta-ta, like a little tap dance move, like a little freeze to see if she freezes, and then watch.
She also freezes.
And keep going.
She also does freeze, and you hear
he
hear a little. He
definitely just lets this happen without really any acknowledgement that it's happening, but he just lets it happen.
Okay. When you do your little ta-ta, you hear a little giggle from behind you, and then she makes her way up after you. Okay, so Renori, Dulthrin, after that kind of turning conversation, Dulthrin sort of finished up what he had to say, so he scoops up his arm and he makes his way over to the crew quarters, like he's kind of checked out. And Fishhook seems pretty occupied with cleaning, and it's just you and Casper left in this room.
Okay. I mean, it's just gonna be like a brief thing. She doesn't want to miss out on whatever is about to happen above. So I shouldn't have looked at chat. And damn it. So she's just gonna look at Casper and look at the ladder and look at Casper and then like psych herself up a little bit. The other night when you went through whatever you went through in your room before the door opened and let me in, you know all that stuff I kind of told you really quickly and glossed over about my life?
Yeah.
I think I need to find a time, and she's like very visibly struggling to talk to the others about that information. You're the only one who knows that information. But I think they need to know because there's a communication gap between me and them. And I can only hope that this might bridge that a little bit. But I'm terrified. So I just had to tell you. Okay, we can, you know.
He, slides his hand across the table to put it on yours. Whether or not your hand's on the table, like his hand is being offered to you.
Yeah. Hand received.
Hand received. He gives you like a comforting squeeze. Thank you, Jake, for the illustration. Yeah, I imagine it's just yeah.
Yeah.
And he gives your hand a nice squeeze, and he goes, listen, you told that to me because you trust me, and I am eternally grateful that you trust me, and I will stand by your side and support you however I can. So if that is information you're ready to share with them, I'll be by your side when you do, if you want me there.
Ready is an iffy word, but I think it's important. So when you see me probably about to throw up, that means I'm going to be trying to share a personal. So
right. Well,
let's just go.
Okay.
She's like begging to just stop
talking about it. Yeah.
Like,
he nods. And are you making your way up to the deck as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Making my way down. So you all find your way up to the top deck in different orders and everything. Tessa has sort of taken station kind of towards the front of the ship, and she's kind of fussing with this is something I'm gonna have to retcon because I didn't think about this in my speed run trying to get us onto the boat before we went on our mini hiatus there, so I apologize for this inconsistency. Raven, you were given a mirror at the end of our pre-hiatus episode to house these gems that you guys are hunting down. You were given this by Tessa. It's about 2 feet total in length, like, because it has like a golden frame and then the mirror in the center. She kind of just showed it to all of you. So I know this is like a point of I wish I wasn't this messy about this. And this was like a point of offense because she kind of went and Raven. I'm retconning that she gave it to you and that happened at all. You are now officially seeing this for the first time now. There's a very stupid logistical reason behind that. We don't have to get into that. This is the first time.
Tiefling, isn't it?
No, it's because you
I
don't.
got a little bit of abyssal in me.
No, it's because the mirror won't fit in your bag. So there's no way for you to have had it. Unless you're just having it out on the floor.
Just strapped to her back like a shield.
It's literally a wall-mounted
that I just
mirror.
left it in a corner sometime.
I'm just gonna. We're redoing that bit. We're just gonna scrub the tapes.
One less thing to worry about.
Yeah. Nice.
We have boxes and boxes of retcon documents to shred, guys. We need to get moving.
Yeah, we got guys. Come on, my department's already on it. We just gotta keep moving. So basically,
insert this gif of SpongeBob running around in his brain. While
that's me all the time.
Fire.
That's me DMing all the time. I don't know anything actually. There's like a ton of SpongeBobs in my brain, but they've all unionized against me, like Mr. Krabs. So this Tessa, you see her kind of like. As you guys are all coming up and you're sort of forming into this group in the main area of the boat here, you see Tessa kind of like looking up at this rocky ceiling that's stretched over you, and she's walking and you see for the very first time she's got this mirror clutched in her hands. It is about 2 feet long, maybe like 1.5 feet wide, if that. And most of that is just this golden frame that kind of looks like branches stretching out and crossing over each other. And you see on the talking cardinal directions, east part of this mirror, like where the east cardinal position would be, that red gem that you guys put together after you left that temple, wrapped in the frame, like these twirling bits of filigree have kind of crossed over it to hold it in place. And she's looking up and she's looking down, she's muttering to herself, and you see her walking in these random patterns, and then eventually she just and she starts walking directly for the bowsprit. And y'all are just seeing this happen.
What is that?
It's like okay, you know how the front of the boat comes like this, and then there's the pointy bit?
Yeah.
It's the pointy bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We're the worst pirates.
Can I like do an Arcana check to see if I have any idea what all of this is? Or
Yeah, go for it.
What she is up to?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. 17.
Okay, alright. And you're just trying to get a general read of the situation, right?
Yeah, like, what is this?
Okay, so, well, you recognize, all spellcasters know this, but that certain spells require certain materials, and it seems that perhaps she's frustrated about, just from the way she's, like, looking up and then back at this thing, like, light must be a component in whatever the hell she's trying to do, and there's not a lot of it here. which would explain the trajectory thing that's going on. You can't get a super great read on everything, but from the way she's clutching this thing, the fact that you know the kind of power that gemstone had and that it's on that mirror, like, you can assume whatever is happening is going to pack a big punch. You just don't know what is happening.
Hey, so, just an important character fact about me that I literally looked over at my character sheet and saw.
Mm-hmm.
Renori speaks Goblin. So.
Excellent, Renori. Excellent. So, that is hilarious. I'm gonna let you just kind of like panicked and forgot.
Yeah.
It'd be like that. It'd be like that.
So that'll come in handy.
That will come in handy. That really will. That is hilarious.
Yeah,
excellent job.
Really will. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm so sorry for everything.
I can't. So you see Tessa pacing towards the bowsprit.
Yeah, so, like, from my Arcana check, though, her walking that way, should I be afraid? Like, would I be like, oh,
from your Arcana check, you don't know necessarily why she would head for the bowsprit.
Okay.
It doesn't immediately concern you in the arcane sense. It doesn't immediately concern you. But in the, like, living creature sense, you're like,
Yeah, I would only feel comfortable seeing Faustus up there, probably.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Hold on. And you hear, does anybody speak Elvish?
I do.
Do I? Where is that listed?
I also speak
It's on the left side.
Goblin.
Wow, Goblin!
I do.
That seems like it might come in handy.
Speak Elvish.
Okay, you speak Elvish. Cool. So, I just now noticed that my light has been beaming on me like the sun, so that's great. So, okay, for those of you who do speak Elvish, you catch a few curses. Pretty filthy for the kind of person Tessa's presented herself to be so far. And then she kind of, like, looks up again, and she looks back at the mirror, and you hear her mutter in Elvish that, I'm gonna have to work with what I have. And,
do you need anything? I'll ask in Elvish.
She kind of looks a bit surprised. Not really actually surprised, because you're a drow, so that's not really...
Yeah, I'm like, I'm a drow!
I think, she does look a little surprised in general because you're speaking to her. We'll just put it like that. It does kind of, it's the very visible startle of someone who doesn't think they're visible to you. And in Elvish still, no, I have the components. It's just harder during the day, but time is of the essence.
Raven is going to also speak in Elvish, and she's going to say,
Tide is upset. Tide's like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
And she's gonna be like, now Tessa, I didn't know you had this side to you.
Whatever do you mean?
You know what?
That left your mouth. That's what Renori's gonna say in Elvish.
I apologize. My anger got the best of me.
Raven's gonna be like, no, don't apologize. You should do it again.
Renori's just gonna be like, the personification of the eyes emoji right now, like,
Okay. Raven, roll me an insight check.
Sure.
Tide, we're gonna Tide. So they're all speaking in this sort of. I mean, you probably can't recognize Elvish by sound. But you do. The language that they're speaking is sort of silvery and smooth in nature. Not many stops. It just kind of flows off of the tongue, and it's very. Think like a language like German or French, but spoken kind of more in a poetic, gentle sense. You know, because like there are people who speak German or French, and they're like
modeling German poetically.
I don't know how to put it. Like literally, I'm thinking of Caleb from Critical Role, but like you know when the language itself isn't necessarily smooth, but the people who speak it and make it sound different from when it's kind of like that. Like same thing with French as well. People will be like, "Oh, French is ugly because it's so rough and hard to speak." But when you hear somebody who knows how to speak it with a sort of gentle tongue, that's what's kind of happening here.
Meanwhile, Faustus isn't speaking it at all, but picking up on everything perfectly.
Yes.
Tide is going to mutter under his breath. I just had a thought and I completely lost it. The fuck is going on? How does everybody know this language except for me?
Okay, that's fair.
Wait, he says that out loud?
He's to himself.
He's kind of muttering to himself, yeah.
Alright.
Main conversation wise, Tessa sort of okay.
Oh wait, I had an insight check.
Yeah, give me that insight check.
11.
Cool. So you say that, and she sort of her eyes widen a little bit, but it doesn't seem like in a negative way. She's kind of like, I mean, if we keep it between us, as I don't know if friends is quite a strong word, but if we keep it between us, perhaps I could.
I roll an insight check for Faustus to see if he notices that Tessa is like, wink, smile.
Yes, you may.
Yeah. Can I do one with like disadvantage to
Tide,
see if I notice any...
Tide, you can go ahead and roll it. You can go ahead and roll it straight.
Straight, okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll it straight.
18 for insight for
18?
Faustus.
Okay. And Tide, what do you get?
That would be a 26.
Do I have to roll?
Renori, you're
rolling insight checks to my character flirting.
Renori, you're not gonna have. Okay, I'm gonna give you an option. If you would like to look specifically deeper, you can do the insight. But you can also understand this conversation. So it's up to you. If you'd like to look deeper to maybe understand more beyond just the words that are being exchanged, you can do insight. But otherwise, you just have what's in front of you.
Insight would be to like figure out like the vibe that they've got going on.
Insight is you're reading their body language beyond what was just exchanged.
Yeah, then I'll do insight because I'm kind of like, what is this? Feels like a.
Okay.
What is happening?
That is 19.
19. Let's go.
Natural, yeah.
So we got 19, 18 from Faustus. What did Tide get?
26.
Although he can't speak the language, he got a 26.
Okay, alright, so we're gonna start with Tide.
He can speak the international language, though, and he sees them vibing.
That's what I was about to say. Not speaking the language has actually given you a sort of a buff, per se, because there's no point listening to something you don't get. So you're watching them intently to try and see if you can figure out at least what the conversation is about via body language, context clues. They're kind of flirting a little bit. There's a little bit of flirting happening. Just a smidge. Whatever was just exchanged, it seems it looks like Raven caught Tessa off guard with something, but Tessa was kind of into it. That's what it looks like to you.
Feelings.
Yeah, Raven, what's
Can
up?
I roll to see if I notice that everybody is like intensely paying attention?
Do a
to this
perception check.
interaction?
And then hold the number. I'll ask you for it in a second. Faustus and Renori. You also pick up on the vibes. Kind of like there's something just happened here that was quite unexpected, and kind of made you like take a second glance. Like, okay, all right, we're kind of feeling each other. But you don't quite, like, Ty gets the body language side of it. You know what has been said, and you can see that it was a positive reaction. Sarah, what was that number?
17.
Okay, so you have this moment with Tessa, and she's sort of, like, giving you this small smile, and you look up... And then everyone's just... Is anyone playing off the staring? Or are we all just eyeballs right now?
I mean, I'm just watching.
Okay, you got at least one set of eyeballs. How many?
Tide is not only watching, but I imagine he's standing like fairly close to Raven,
Yeah,
not like
you're all...
next to her necessarily, but in the periphery. He's gonna like full on like older brother kind of push her and go like, huh?
Oh no! What is Faustus doing? I need to know.
Who was Tide doing his thing too?
Raven.
Okay.
No, I hate this.
here's what I want to do. Here's what Faustus wants to do. All right. Faustus picks up on the tone of what's going on. Faustus is definitely honed in on the situation, but Faustus has his eyes on Tessa, and Faustus is going to attempt to butt in on this energy.
Okay, all right.
And what he's going to do, to put it in just sort of general terms, he's going to drop a couple of lines of, like, elvish poetry. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, no.
And it's going to be a little bit halting, like he learned elvish, but like he's going to get out a couple of lines of elvish poetry, and it's going to be some quote from some elvish poem that's basically euphemistic of, like, you know what they say about a girl with a dirty mouth or something like that.
Nice,
so he's
okay.
like tossing out, like, this cursing, so that's his flirt attempt.
Are you flirting with Tessa?
Yes.
Shit. Okay, so can Faustus... Okay. Do me a general intelligence roll. And then do me a charisma roll.
All right.
Yeah, Raven is just not red, but like blushing intensely, especially that Tide shoved her. She hears what Faustus says, and her eyes are wide as they've ever been. And she's just like standing there like frozen.
Okay, I know there's some sort of triangle energy going on, but I would love to remind y'all that Tessa has 2 hands. Just putting it out there. What were those?
Has 3.
Faustus does have 3.
What?
That first one, Raven does too. That first one for the intelligence check was an 8.
Okay.
Not good.
Not great. Okay, I see you. All right.
The charisma check. This is wild. The charisma check is a 19.
I thought you were gonna hit me with like a 2. Okay, so
No.
All right. So
why am I
you're recalling you're recalling the poetry. You kind of scrub through your school. Your schooling is where you would have picked this up. Wizarding tends to be overrun by
Wizard
elves.
101.
The Wizard 101 server.
Faust just definitely like dove deep and read books in the library that weren't on the reading list and like Elvish poetry and bullshit that nobody was supposed to be doing.
I'm gonna slide a little bit of backstory in there. So when you were at your university, Elric kind of was your plug about illegal things, and Elric had a thing for romance novels that you would remember, and you kind of think back like, okay, this has like from one of those books, like something, and you latch on to a couple of lines from one of those books. It would be entitled Heart's Fire by
Nice.
There's an Elvish name at the tip of my tongue, but I don't know if I'm going to say it. So by a prolific Elvish author that's probably a pseudonym. And you turn on the charm.
I like the idea that this is Elvish poetry and it's basically an Elvish romance novel, but it's in Elvish, and so he felt like he was reading something really important and attributed to it. This must be like poetry, and it's probably just...
It's probably like Fabio on the cover style romance.
No.
Okay.
The cover was ripped off. It was a really old book. I didn't know.
You wouldn't know. So you, Elric led you astray. You wouldn't know. So you kind of turn on the charm a little bit. And for Rodori and Raven, because y'all know Elvish, what he essentially quotes, right? Like, it's not quite right. He basically tells Tessa, a girl like you with that kind of mouth might be up for some fun adventures. Which you can kind of see what he's getting at because of the topic of conversation. But that is not what that means. But Faustus, for you specifically, you see Tessa's eyes kind of lift to you, and she gives you a little bit of a smile. And she goes, in Elvish, well, and her eyes go between you and then Raven and back to you, Faustus. She goes, this mouth can do a lot more than that. And that's where we're gonna break.
I did it.
And that's where we're gonna break.
I heard it in D&D.
Thank you. If you've been here so far, please go take a stretch break, get a snack, get some water. Thank you so much. I also want to say a huge thank you for everyone who's been here, because we passed 100 followers on the channel. Hello. That's incredible. I'm so thankful for that. Yeah, so we're gonna go pee, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Hello. Let me turn off the music. Okay, hi! We're back. Oh, I just realized my soundscape hasn't been going this whole time. I thought I hit play. We'll have it for the second half. Let me turn this down so I don't blow out our eardrums. Okay, that's kind of going in the background a little bit. If that's chat, if you hear that at all and it's quiet or it's too loud, let me know. I'll turn it up. But we got some ambiance being outside. So, or if it's distracting, because I can always just turn it back off if the silence is easier. So, Tessa just dropped a smooth ass line. Faustus and Raven, how we doing, besties?
I think Faustus probably just kind of smirks and looks down onto the side though, like he can't quite make eye contact.
Okay.
Oh, why is that so cute?
That's very endearing.
Raven is just gonna kind of look between Faustus and Tessa and like ponder for like 4 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And then resign herself. And then she's going to look at Tessa again and just be and say in Elvish, quite frankly, my dear, I would why is flirting so hard when it's me?
Not the my dear on Maine. Oh my gosh.
She's like, quite frankly, my dear, I would prefer if we had nothing between us. But then she was just like, wait, I mean like physically. so she
Okay, I see what you're getting from.
Immediately dropped, yeah.
Roll me an insight check, Raven.
Sure. She immediately got so nervous.
You kink shamed her so hard just now.
Like you came in strong with the do it again, and then we took
24.
Okay. So you notice quite a few things going on. Okay. You do not deliver that elegantly at all. So
no,
the very first thing you see is kind of hurt. And then you sort of backtrack, and then she's like, Tessa seems thoughtful from her expression. It doesn't seem positive or negative in any way. She just seems like she's thinking. And she responds back in Elvish, that's fine by me.
And Raven kind of like is just full sweat down her back, like
just
like,
damp.
oh man, I fumbled the ball. I fumbled it so hard.
Like all of our characters really hot, but also not great at this. Like
this is fun for me because Casper's been a disaster.
Great. Stop looking at me like that.
Okay, so Tide wants to gas Raven up.
Okay.
Is there any way that Tide's encouragement can assist her on anything that she ends up doing?
Oh my god.
Later, behind closed doors? Or...
No, like, in terms of flirting, like, if she has to make a roll, is there any way that
What do you say to her? What do you say to her?
Oh god, Tide is gonna kind of like look over, see that she's kind of like embarrassed, and restrain himself from doing the pushing thing again, and just go kind of put his hand on her shoulder and be like, it's okay, like you can do this.
When Tide puts a hand on Raven's shoulder, it's just, he can feel the sweat on her shoulder.
oh wait, Can I shape water the sweat off of her?
Yes, you can.
Oh
Yes, you can.
That's what he's going to do.
So,
God.
Tide, you put the hand on the shoulder, and then she is damp, and you you lift that hand off of her shoulder, and with it, you see the moisture kind of leave her robes, and Raven, you feel cooler, and so that this sweat kind of comes through the robes and gathers into this little sphere of sweat. What are you doing with it?
Jar, sell it to the fans.
I want to. Are we close to the edge? Like, can I throw it?
Yeah, you could toss it overboard if you wanted to.
Yeah, he doesn't want that, so he's going to toss it overboard.
Okay, do me a sleight of hand.
Damn it. Okay, come on. He's done me so good so far.
Something about the idea of a big ball of sweat with all the skin oils and dirt, and it just makes me like...
It's going to be a 4.
Okay, you're trying to be very smooth, because you're like, you're hype man, okay? So you're like like trying to toss it overboard without dunking it. And you get it back here, and it kind of hits the deck, and then you have to sort of, no, go over, go, and you just kind of frantically moving your fingers behind your hand. You do. So the good news is, Tessa doesn't see, from what you can notice, this giant globule that you have collected. But you don't look subtle at all, because you're like...
How sweaty her potential partner is?
She doesn't seem perturbed.
Nice.
So Tide, consider it successful. Raven, what are you doing?
Raven, I'm going to assume, because the sleight of hand was so poor, Raven notices.
I mean, he's right next to you. So yeah, you'd probably catch that this isn't going according to plan.
Raven, okay, Kristen, that's not true. Raven is going to just she could almost feel like she's going to cry, but that's not quite the emotion that's going to come out. She's just like,
No, that feeling.
right,
Mm-hmm.
and then she's just gonna be like, she's gonna take a deep breath and just as calmly as she can, just be like, if she's gonna try saying in Elven, like, if your mouth,
We're starting great. Keep it up.
Those are winner first words. Where's the rest of that sentence going?
You sure, Jesse?
Take your time. Take your time.
Okay, she was just like, and then she just like stops speaking, and she's just gonna be like, anyway, so, and just starts blurting out in common. She's just gonna go, where are we go? So what are we doing here? And she's just going to completely...
Okay,
I just shaped watered your sweat, and that's your response?
so Tide, I will say
You
that...
shaped water her sweat, and she was just like, I would rather be dead than someone just.
Tide, because Raven isn't taking further steps and she would rather die, your help action is kind of lost to the winds here. But it was very good POW move. I appreciated it. So
Yeah, Raven just folded under the pressure.
Raven could not stand the heat in the kitchen. So
Renori's gonna
only
give
knows
Raven.
how to make macaroni and cheese.
Renori's gonna give Raven like a I'm sorry kind of like look like a
illusions it so that in the peripheral she cannot see anybody like her face.
just blinders.
She was just like, I'm not gonna. Nope.
Okay. Okay. So you did. What did we do? And Tessa coming back into common. So Tide, you can understand the conversation again. This mirror, and she holds it up so you can better see it. So like I had said, it's about 2 feet long total, like including the frame, and 1 foot across. So it's pretty, like, it'd probably sit like this. I should let you see it. Probably sit like roughly like this, and about 1.5 feet across. And she holds it flat like a plate so that she can show you all, and you kind of catch parts of yourselves in the mirror as you lean over it to look, and you see that one stone wound into the frame. She goes, well, as I had told you, there are these manifestations of this energy, and that's what we're sort of tracking down to make sure that the material plane doesn't... So because of that, it's pretty easy to track them down. I mean, they're almost world-ending events. So I'm going to try and attempt to concentrate and show you where they are. It's a bit complex to explain. And she looks at you, Renori, and she thinks, it's sort of in the sense of a ritual, but I'm taking a few different spells that I've picked up and some abilities that I've learned, and I'm using them in a mishmash to generate locations, so to speak. And then she kind of looks back at the rest of you.
Okay.
Yeah, like she doesn't really know how to explain it very well, but she's like, I just give me a moment. And she makes her way back to the bowsprit, and Tessa, she climbs up onto that front railing, and she has to kind of do some maneuvering and such, and she starts walking out onto the bowsprit. Okay, Tessa, I see you. And you see her 1 foot in front of the other. At point, she wobbles with the motion of the ship, and you see her stop as the ship will come up and come down. But she's just 1 foot in front of the other until she gets to the end of this thing. And she sits, and she sort of locks the bowsprit through her right leg. And y'all, this looks like an incredible feat of strength and dexterity. This is a kind of flabbergasting display here. And she sits with her one leg kind of like this and the bowsprit running through it, and she balances this mirror upon it. And she looks out to the water, and she kind of looks back at you over her shoulder, and she goes, just one moment. And she outstretches her hands, and she kind of draws them in slowly to herself over the surface of this mirror. And as she does, small tendrils of seawater rise from beneath you, and they start to intertwine above your heads, and you see this rushing water form this orb, and this orb begins to glow as it lowers down towards her hands. And she holds it, and you see her mutter something over it, and she leans down and presses a kiss upon the surface of the water. And a few, kind of splashes almost in response a little bit. And then she shoves this whirling water down into the surface of the mirror, and the mirror ripples as it accepts this thing. And then the surface of the mirror beams up this silvery light. And y'all see Tessa look out to the water, back straight, and she's got her hands at her sides, and she does not move to look back at you or say anything.
Trying to pretend she's not, but also at the same time, therefore obviously doing it, Renori is, taking notes.
Ah, okay. Alright.
In one of her books,
Renori, go ahead, do me Arcana.
How can I unpack this? Okay.
Can Tide also do Arcana?
Go for it.
Does he get anything for being coast or water genasi?
I'll give you some extra information, but it's not going to add any advantage. Roll it straight.
Okay.
I'm so bad at math. Okay, 25.
Okay.
13.
Alright, anybody else rolling?
Rolled. She got a 21.
Okay, Faustus, are you rolling or are you just watching?
I think I will look through my familiar's eyes and have Lilith fly out over top and see if I can get a look into the mirror.
Okay, so we're going to come back to you in a second then. So, for the rolls, we had a 13 from who? Was that Renori? No, Tide. Tide had the 13, Renori had 25, Raven had 21.
Wait.
20.
16 plus 6 is 22.
22. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Nobody here on this channel does numbers. This is not our brand. Don't worry about it. So, Tide.
Too sexy for math.
We are too sexy for math. Tide.
Oh, no.
That would be such a good t-shirt for us, honestly. So, Tide, you don't know much about the arcane in terms of formal study. A lot of what you learned is sort of generational magic passed down to you through wandering teachers and experience, and just magic that you draw from within yourself and the land and the coasts that you would wander. Those are as you practiced. So studying this visually, you recognize a shape water possibly from the sort of manipulation of the waters here, but it seems very powerful. In fact, probably leaning more towards a control water. But as for the rest of it, it's sort of lost on you. You just do recognize this is a powerful display of water manipulation, even though the rest of it kind of slips by. Renori and Raven, you see, you kind of catch also what Tide does, but from the less personal sense. You recognize she is very powerful with this water manipulation that she's doing, and that whatever she's just done, she's definitely imbued it with some property, and that requires a lot of skill. Not just knowledge, but also the skill to do it as well. So you have a few guesses, nothing really so concrete visually, because not every spell has necessarily a visual impact, even though you know what it looks like to ruffle through your components, and it seems that she has those available to her. But for gathering from what she said, she wanted to help you locate these things. She's imbuing something into this mirror. Some sort of locate is happening right now. But you just can't determine any more specifics about that. It's just that she is imbuing this water for whatever purpose was something probably meant to locate into this mirror, which she, in the terms of the retconning, she still explained to you what the mirror does. All of that knowledge about what the mirror does that she had told you is still in effect here. So this is the thing meant to contain, and she has put this object, this orb of water, into the surface of the mirror for something. Faustus, you activate Lilith vision. Lilith takes a few strong flaps, and then she's up off the deck, and she's able to zip out kind of more over the ocean surface, and then take a very clean and like slow curve around to get a better look. So from your vantage point as Faustus, you saw orb going down and all that, but as Lilith now, you see the surface of the mirror and you see Tessa. Let's talk about Tessa first. Her back is straightened. She appears to be meditating. Her eyes are shut, but you do see, like, it's kind of gross, like where her eyes are, because her irises are glowing behind her eyelids. And she's got, like, her fingers are kind of twitching in different patterns and rhythms, and there seems to be some kind of method to it. And she's murmuring something. You can't quite hear it from where Lilith is right now. On the surface of the mirror, you see images. And it almost is... like, the point of view is strange. It's not like drone shot, like, landscapes. It seems like it's through something's point of view. And you catch a glimpse of a forest, and it just appears to be like a normal wooded forest and you see some wildlife. And then that image changes, and there's a desert, and there's bones of all manner of creatures strewn about this desert being consumed by the flying sands. And then the image changes, and you see a sea tossing and turning and tumbling, and you recognize this horrible storm. Not necessarily recognized in sense of, like, you've encountered it, but looking at that, it kind of sends something down your spine. Like, those waves shouldn't be that high. The image changes again, and you catch, like, a glimpse of waves that look more calm and normal. You see two heads rise out of this, like, surface of the water, like, from behind. But whatever the vantage point is that you're looking through, it's not really great. And the image changes again. You see ruin. You see smoke and brimstone and what looks like black water tossing and churning onto itself. And there's no audio from any of this. It's just shifting images. And these things come within, like, half a second of each other. Like, it's rapid fire. These images are changing. And then the surface of the mirror goes still. And it goes blank. And the symbols on Tessa, kind of like her religious markings, they pulse. And there's another brighter glow from this mirror, and then you see more prolonged images. Here's what you see. I am slowing down for note-taking purposes, if you cannot tell. So, the first thing that you see, you catch a glimpse of a reef. Like, you see all of this interlocking, colorful coral, and you see water lapping at the surface of a shore, very calm and pristine, postcard worthy. And it's sort of like a corner view, and it's a very low perspective that's sort of moving sideways. Then that image shifts, and you catch a glimpse of a forest, but this one's not normal like the one you saw before. This is a forest of splendor and wonder. There are all manner of creatures in front of you. And they're just there, and there's this sort of unearthly glow about this environment. And then roll perception for Lilith.
Mediocre. Let me double check here. That is a 7.
Okay. Tessa mutters something, and it's a lot louder definitely elvish, but you don't catch what it was. Then the image shifts again, and you get a better look at that brimstone scene that you had saw last. And it is flame and churning, tumbling black water, these towering waves that seem to consume everything in its path. And the sky is just blacked out. The sun looks almost red and angry as it bears down on the scene. And you see a massive shadow pass over whatever this like vantage point is, but you don't get a good read on like the shape of it. It's just like the sun gets blocked out. Then that image changes. You again see that unearthly storm. The sky is this horrid navy blue that's almost sickly, and there's these flashes of lavender lightning that slice through the air, and the thunder, you can't hear it, but you feel as though you see it, because looking at the lightning itself is so violent. And this, whatever viewpoint is on this image, is getting taken down by the wave. So you see that a wave will crash and it kind of lowers beyond your view, and you're able to see this just churning horizon, and then the wave comes back up again and it's more water. And then that is it. This mirror image, like the images on the mirror, dissolve. And Tessa, and she opens her eyes, and you see that glow like kind of fade out. Like her eyes have gone like silver, and they fade back to their usual blue, and the symbols on her fade out from that glow. And she she very carefully like grabs the bowsprit in front of her and untucks that one leg so that she's bent over, and she's got like her feet crossed in front of her. She's got like, it's almost like watching a dancer move. Very slowly she bends back up, and she's sort of wobbling in place, but it's the sort of wobble that comes from muscle control. And she sweeps one leg behind her that she's able to stand like facing this way. And then the other leg, so she's facing you, and she, one after the other, manages to get back to the boat and swing her leg over, and then she's back on the deck in front of you. She says, "Good news, results." And she's got it, like the mirror, you actually get to see this. She has like a small bag at her hip, and you see her take the mirror and kind of feed it into the bag, and the bag expands to accept it, and then contracts back to its normal, like a handbag kind of size. Excellent news.
Mary Poppins.
So, I was able to do some scouting. I can give you... Well, we have to kind of get rid of all of them, so it doesn't really matter in terms of order. But in terms of location, there's a reef somewhere. A large... huge reef, full of like life, and it seems rather untouched. There's a storm. We know about the storm. There is I don't quite know what's wrong, but there's an area that feels sick. Very, very sick. And as if it's, I don't know how to quite put words to it, but an area of just devastation. And then there's a forest. Everybody roll insight.
$14 for Faustus.
Okay.
22 for Raven.
Okay.
18 for Renori.
And Tide.
20, not Nat.
Okay. So you're all gonna catch this then. So when she said forest, you notice that she doesn't give a lot of information about that. Like, it seems very rushed and quiet. And then she goes, one. This is DM counting to make sure I'm giving you all the information. So she said storm. She said. Yeah. So then she says, and then there's this forest, and the good thing is that these locations all seem rather accessible. For the most part, though some of them are more concerning than others, which is always excellent for us because it means we can get a head start. I don't know quite what the ship etiquette is, but if we were to want to get moving, now would be the time.
We just have to pick which one to go to.
Right. Do any of you have a map, perhaps? Casper's with you. I just remember Casper's with you.
Yeah, Renori's gonna point at Casper and be like, maps.
That's your job, right. He like kind of in the interior of his coat pulls out a few pieces of parchment. He's like, just, there's enough of you. We'd be able to fit captain's quarters. I've got my maps in there. And he starts like kind of gesturing for you guys to head to the captain's quarters.
Yeah, so Raven is going to head over there, but she's going to like hang back and like see where Tessa's gonna be and like keep pace with Tessa.
Okay. Tessa kind of takes up the rear. Like you see she kind of starts to go ahead and then she sort of falls back so that everybody else can go ahead of her, and she falls into step with you, Raven.
I'm sorry. I was caught a little off guard. I know I initiated it, so that makes no sense, but I apologize for my awkwardness.
Raven, it's quite alright. Honestly, I was messing with you. That was very cruel of me to mess with you in the way that I did, so I apologize. You have nothing to apologize for.
Raven is going to like look, like cast a sideways glance, and just sort of be like, well, you're a very lovely and slightly intimidating woman, so.
Oh. I don't know if I've heard that one before, but I kind of like it. Thanks, I suppose.
No problem. As she like picks up the piece
immediately. Faustus walks up.
Never mind.
All right, Faustus.
Having overheard this conversation,
Faustus, this is happening behind you, so you can kind of like moonwalk back to follow along.
Faustus just looks over his shoulder at Tessa, having heard this conversation. So this is like one right after the other. This is really repartee. And he says, "Be cruel to me next," and then looks away.
Thank you guys so much for coming out. Wow, stream is over.
Raven, that wasn't directed at her, but she is just, her face is absolutely hot right now. She's just like, I cannot.
That was so smooth. What the hell? Okay. You know what? I haven't done this yet. Take an inspiration for that.
Yay!
That was really good. That was really good.
Inspiration for his big sub energy.
Yes. Yes, he does. We here at Dauntless Incorporated do not kink shame. So, she kind of like do you stop to gauge her reaction, or you just say it and you keep looking forward?
He just says it and then looks away.
Okay. Raven, do me an insight check.
And
okay, okay, so you she seems a little flustered, you think, but also you're literally dying, so you can't really be a reliable gauge of information emotionally right now.
Fair, honestly. Yeah, Raven is just gonna like sit there a little bit in like the shock. And how far are we from the cabin?
We're like walking up to it right now. I was just like waiting to see what you're gonna do.
And Raven will just sort of like gather like every ounce of courage that she has in her body, and looks at Tessa and is just like, if you need help with that, let me know. And just like enters the cabin.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'm vibing with this. Okay. Yes. You all enter. I love this. Okay, so you all enter the captain's quarters. It looks as you remember it. So there is, just redescribing the scene here. It's the biggest room with a door on this ship. It is maybe the size of like a small-ish bedroom. So when you walk in, if the door is here, right here on the interior of the room, there is Casper's bed. It's like a twin bed pushed up against the wall with all manners of like drawers and small cubbies beneath it, like little storage units. There is a sort of bay window at the back wall made of stained glass, and there's little red curtains that don't really do much to block out the light, but they've been like mostly opened. There's on the other side of the door, like a small breakfast table with 2 chairs, and that world's worst fruit bowl, that which you now know to be a crown, of course, which is still sitting full of fruit. And then at the back of the room, taking up the majority of the space in here, there is the war table, which has probably like 8 chairs around it, and all manner of parchment and things spread around. So Casper is leading the way into this room. This is like his quarters, so he welcomes you all in and makes it to the back table, and he sort of gathers up some of the things that are on this table, like the parchment that's there, rolls it up, and he kneels beside his bed, and there's some muttering, and then he pulls out a larger map and unfurls it for you, and this is a map of Faerun, which I actually have for you, besties. Surprise. Just give me 1 second while I'm talking. I will send it to you. It doesn't have cities on it, which was my bad. I forgot to draw that in, because this was by hand, and I fell asleep. So, you have, Casper lays out before you the map of Faerun. And now, this is Faerun of my invention, just for chat's sake. This is completely homebrew. I use nothing from the books. I completely made up my own Faerun here. So, to describe it to you, Faerun is a large landmass into 2 separate chunks, the east and the west. And, drop this in Pirate Pals. This is going to be in resources for y'all. Boop. Cute. Okay, so also going to put it in front of me so I can describe it accurately. So, Faerun is a very large landmass split in twain. So, on the west side, I know my directions. On the western half of Faerun is bigger than the east, and it has separated into several regions. At the farthest reaches at the top of this continent, there is this map is in sort of like black and white, so you see this area is lightly shaded, and you see what's called the Frozen Waste, and that title is self-explanatory. Beneath that, you see a larger chunk of land that takes up pretty much the majority of this continent, full of running rivers and smaller creeks and estuaries, and it's called the Unsullied Wood. And then the rest of the continent sort of bridges and comes to reform around a lake that's actually kind of shaped like a cat if you squint. So along the left side of this lake, there is a region called Saros. Beneath that, a region called Kaveth. To the west of Kaveth, the westernmost part of this western side, this western continent, is Zoria. And then coming around the lake, we have the Kingdom of Rydell, which is where we currently are. Coming up, we have Iritage, and then Adelanthe and Marin. And that's all on the western continent. These sort of regions split into larger and smaller chunks, and there are some islands and stuff that kind of come off of the side. Up to the very northwest of the western continent, there's a small hammer-shaped island that bears no name. Separating the two continents is a stretch of water that curves and twists harshly, and it's the Berescona Sea. This is, as you would all know, this is trade. This is where it's happening. If you're traveling to one continent or the other, you're bringing stuff places, you're traveling anywhere, even if you're not going to Faerun, you're going to keep going, you go through here. This is the main thoroughfare. So this is familiar territory to you. On the eastern continent, smaller, less regions, we have to the northwest Gindawar. Next to Gindawar is Alhisari. Beneath that is Fyria, the Gulch, Sono Tirane, and then in the smaller segment down to the bottom corner is a region that looks like the name was handwritten in, and it says Ether, which is, for those of you who recognize read Elvish, that is Elvish. So is Alhisari. And they don't necessarily have specific, easily translatable meanings, but it's like relating to the Elven homeland and all that good, boring stuff. So, this map has been laid out before you, and Tessa sort of leans over it, and she's not like snapping, like being rude, but she's single-mindedly focused on this map, and she's doing this. And then Casper kind of like, oh, right, and he passes her a quill. And she sits and she starts marking locations. So, she goes, well, I'm almost certain everything that I've seen has been in Rydell, like, almost entirely certain. But there's one place that I don't think is. And she goes over to the eastern continent, and she draws 2 circles. One on Alhisari and the other on Ephir. She goes, she looks up at all of you. There's a very large chance that one of these stones is in my homeland, which poses a bit of an issue. But we're gonna figure it out. I hope.
What kind of issue?
Well, so can everybody do me a history check, please?
$15.
Okay.
19?
Mm-hmm.
8.
Okay.
Our resident himbo tied.
18 for history.
Okay, so Tide, we're gonna start with you. History is... Does history come easy to you? Are you proficient in history?
No, I'm not.
So history has never really been something that comes to you quite easily, as you know that about yourself, and so you're looking at this map and where Tessa is circled, and nothing's really coming to mind about what she's talking about, but you do note that just from the names that they're Elvish lands, probably. Everybody else, you get about the same range of information. Like, the 3 of you are going to get the same range of information. You find out more than Tide. So, looking at... It really do be like that. So... Uh-oh. Hold on. My notes document crashed. That's not what you want to see.
Well, while we're waiting for that, just a question. We're at the southeastern part of Rydell, right?
Correct. If you're looking at the little map, you guys see that, like, arch at the very bottom of the continent, that's where you are. That's the bay that you're in.
Okay.
Yeah. And chat, I am probably going to post the maps on Twitter after the everything. So if you want to go check those out afterwards, you'll be able to peek at them.
If you follow Dauntless on Twitter.
You should follow me on Twitter. Thank you, Sarah. I think, what is it? Oh gosh, I don't remember my own commands.
Socials?
I think it's socials. Is it socials?
_less.
It's socials. There you go. I don't know why the YouTube is part of it. Actually, it's Daunt_list. Just go to Twitter. Just go to Twitter. Or go in the Discord, because I know for a fact it's linked in the Discord. I have a channel in the Discord that tells you where to find me. So there's that too. Okay, coming back. So everybody else, these are elven lands, and you know that for a fact. The thing is about elven lands is that they tend to keep to themselves because elves tend to outlive most humanoid history for the most part, because they grow old and they grow wiser, and they tend to keep to themselves politically. Elves tend not to start conflicts. They more choose to aid a side in a battle. So you don't know much about the interior of what's going on here. But you do know that Alhasari is a forest kind of kingdom. It's rumored to be extremely prosperous because of its isolation from political matters. And there might be some historical tension with the land, like, kind of next to it, Gindwar. But you don't know for certain. It just doesn't come to you, really. And the other location that she circled, Ether, you know nothing about. In fact, you're almost surprised to see it on the map, because it isn't usually its own place. When you think of the maps of Faerun that you've seen in books and such, I mean, Faustus and Renori, for you two, actually, it's not, it's like a surprise, but you're not, like, flabbergasted, because you have encountered a bunch of elven texts in your studies, or enough where it's like you've seen it a couple times. You know it's not always given its own border. It's sometimes just assimilated. Raven, you remember from your time in your religious upbringing, those maps very specifically, that was not that was not a place. That was not a place. That does not exist. Whatever this place is that she just circled. So Tessa looks up at you. She goes, okay, so this one, and she points to Ephir, none of you can go to. Even if I wanted to bring you there, you physically cannot go. There's a ton of different folklore explanations, but the easiest one is you literally will not be able to pass through the boundaries unless it calls to you. And I'm not really supposed to tell you much about it. And, Alhasari, although I don't necessarily want to go home, I could bring you home. It will be a bit of a journey, but I should be able to bring you there. The other, if this stone isn't in Alhasari, I may have to get it myself.
So, you said there were different places. Some of them are close to us?
Yes. Hold on 1 second. This is very important. Gotta do the piss count. So, it's for Chris, though. I'm gonna make one for everybody. Okay, so you, looking at the other map I gave you, which will also be going out on Twitter, for the people watching, looking at the more zoomed in map of the bay, Tessa, so Casper has pulled out another map, and that laid that over the one you were just looking at, that outside view, so now we've zoomed into where you are, and, so she goes, well, the rest I am almost fairly certain are on this map. Casper, I may need your help identifying one location, but the rest I'm fairly confident in. And she takes that quill, and the first place she circles is... Hold on, I've got to double check and make sure I'm saying things correctly. So that would be bad if I wasn't. Okay, she circles a little island. It's like a really uneven chunk of land to the east. Not quite leaving the bay, but just on the ridge of it. And it doesn't have a name on that map. The map I gave you has names, but this one doesn't. She circles that, and then she writes Towering Reef over this little landmass. She goes, I don't quite know much about this, but it's there. I feel it. Dolphins are very good about their sense of direction. And then the quill drifts up, and then kind of falls into... There's like a circle, you can kind of probably see it, in the center of this bay of land masses. Little islands, they're not really connected to each other. And in the middle of that, there's an area that on that map is written the Waveless Sea. And she circles there. She goes, definitely one here. And then that quill drifts again, and there's another in that little circle of isles. There's an unnamed chunk of land. And she circles that. She goes, that's probably one. Like 90% sure. It's very hard to get a read on that area. And then the quill drifts again. She goes, that should be all of them, I believe. So, now DM is checking. There's one more. Now the problem with this one is that I simply can't find it, which is not what you want to hear. That has good and bad implications. The good implications of this is that it's not left unattended. If I can't find it, it means for whatever reason there's no animal life around, down to the smallest bug. That, or it's warded. The bad news is, if there's no animal life around that I can get to, or it's warded, someone has it. And folk travel. So, I have some friends who I grew up with who might be able to give us more information, but it's going to take some time for them to get back to us. So we have a few locations we could start with for now.
I feel like we should go to one that's nearby.
Okay, so you guys are right now... There is, on your map, you should see a little place called Our Land. That's the island that you were just on. So you're over kind of near the eastern half. You are reasonably close to the Towering Reef. And then the other circles seem to be farther.
Yeah, going to the closest one makes sense to me.
Faustus, what are you thinking?
Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Okay. So
Let's go to the closest one. We don't know much else about any of these locations.
That's fair.
That's how close they are to us.
So, okay. So, if we're all in agreement, yes? Double checking?
Tide wants to know which one is the closest.
It would be the Towering Reef.
Sorry, not land-wise, but of the descriptors.
What do you mean?
Like the reef, the storm, the sick, or the forest.
Like which one do you think is closest? Like based on what you're thinking?
Basically, which one of those is the Towering Reef? Is it the reef? I'm assuming.
You would assume it would be the reef. Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, he's fine with that.
Okay. So that's closest one. So we're all in agreement on that. Yes. Just double checking. Okay. Cool. So with the party in agreement, Tessa's like, okay, well, if this is the closest, this is the first stop then. And she hands the quill back to Casper, and Casper takes the map, and he looks like he's lost in thought. He goes, I'll get us on this. Just give me a second. And he kind of backs out the captain's corridor, opens the door with his hip, and he's on the move. And the rest of you are left alone in this room with Tessa. What are you doing?
Snooping.
Alright.
I immediately... Can I do a...
Do investigation.
Investigation, okay.
If anybody else is snooping around, go ahead and do me investigation, please.
I am definitely snooping around.
17.
Investigation.
Okay, 17.
Oh, wait, is that what I'm doing? Investigation? Yeah, 17.
Okay.
Renori's just watching
14.
with a really resigned.
Renori's like, guys. So we got 17. Faustus,
14.
14. Tide, are you snooping?
No, Tide is like trying to discreetly, but isn't discreet about it, suggest Raven talk to Tessa.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. How are you doing this?
He will he'll like
in a sexy
clear
way?
his throat. He'll clear his throat a few times, like
In a sexy way.
and he'll kind of position himself towards the door, like by
Okay.
the door, and suggest physically that Renori and he leave.
Can you do me... Are you... you're trying to be discreet? Or are you just, like, letting discreet go?
Let's he'll try. I have no intention for him to be discreet, but he wants to be discreet, so we'll try it.
Do you have... you know what? Just go ahead and do me charisma. Or actually do performance. Do performance. It might be the same for you, but do performance.
It is. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Hello.
Oh, the boy.
That's gonna be an 8.
Jake has headphones on anyway.
An 8?
An 8.
Cool. Renori, you see Tide. Tide's not being subtle.
Yeah, can I be like to Tide? I'm trying to be subtle. I want to be subtle in my response to Tide.
Can you also do me a performance, please?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. At least that's not an 11.
Hey.
Okay, alright. Give it to me. What's happening?
Well, Renori's just gonna pick up on Tides being like, hey, we should leave them alone, and she's gonna be like, oh, this is where me and my boyfriend sleep? Like, what?
Who said we're gonna do it at the table? On the bed? Like, no kidding.
There's a perfectly good table right there.
Said you're gonna do it at all.
It's also the other bit.
And so Renori's just gonna be like, no. To the, like, sneaking out. No. No.
Tide, you've just been knowed.
Is my turn?
I mean, yeah, you've just been shut down. What are you doing?
Give me 1 second. I need to see
Oh,
something.
Oh
no.
my god.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna very quickly, besties in the chat, if you want to go pop over to my Twitter, I am throwing up not actually, but I am posting, those are words, the maps right now for your perusal.
What did I get in the investigation check?
You did
Also.
not tell me. 17.
I got a 17.
And then Faustus had an 18? Look at me,
No.
no!
14.
14. I was about to say, look at me knowing numbers. I immediately take it back. Let's do that. Okay, so you two, where are you looking?
Just like a scan of the room.
Okay, and Faustus, are you also just scanning the room, or are you looking for anything specific?
I'm looking with the perspective of someone who has been involved in criminal enterprises for some time. I'm keeping an eye out for like
Yeah.
Valuables.
shady things,
Okay.
shady
Yeah.
hiding places, shady objects.
All right.
These other things
desk.
like placed around the room, like as fruit bowls that aren't fruit bowls and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, obviously the fruit bowl stands out to you, but you immediately kind of discard it. You know what that is. You know what that does. Well, you know what it is. And you do a cursory, Faustus, you do a cursory glance of the room, like kind of trying to see if you pick anything up. In terms of like outright shady objects, nothing really comes to mind to you. You do know that there's the compartments beneath the bed, like you saw Casper go into those. But in terms of objects that like stand out to you storage wise, not really. Raven, same sort of thing. Nothing really stands out to you hiding place wise. It's just the stuff beneath the bed looks like to be really the only storage in here.
What about his desk?
He doesn't really have a desk. It's kind of this war table. You got an 18?
Yeah, 17.
17. You do see that, how to phrase this? This table is very thick. There doesn't appear to be drawers on it, though. But you notice that the table is exceptionally large. And that just, I mean, that's the only other thing that, like, you're kind of grasping at straws here. It's not like this glowing beacon.
Could I, like, sort of, like, inconspicuously as I can, like, tap at the table to see if it's, like, thick from structural integrity or if it's just, like, hollow or something?
Do me is your sleight of hand better or your performance better?
Oh, my performance is better.
Go ahead, do me performance.
13.
Okay. So not
We're
very
subtle.
Not very subtle. You sort of like over onto this table. The actual knocking part ends up coming out more subtle. Like you're able to sort of slip your hand behind you and just give like along the edge of the table. Do a perception check.
19.
Okay. It does sound hollow.
Ooh. Does the table look expensive?
Yeah. It's a nice table. The chairs match it. Like, it looks like it's a set.
Alright, because I was just like, could this just be cheap? Is that why?
Oh, no, it looks like it's expensive.
Alright, Raven is just gonna take note of that. Because she can't really do anything about that with, like, so many people in the room.
Mm-hmm.
She's just gonna be like, the war table is hollow. And she's also going to mull over whether or not she's going to tell Faustus about this, because she knows that he just probably has more experience getting into things that he shouldn't.
True.
Her type of stealing was mainly like survivalist. While Faustus is stealing, she's assuming was
Faustus
more
is like
of the
stealing for
general
sport.
mischief. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, what's going on?
I have shot down Tide's little let's scooch out of here idea, and am firmly rooted where I stand. Also, just watching the investigation, like again with I'm not even gonna try to do anything about this.
That's fair.
Tide is gonna look over at Renori and tell her to stop being such a weenie so Raven can talk
Oh
to
my
Tessa.
god.
Just out loud?
In like a hushed whisper.
But from across the room.
No, he's moved up.
Okay, you're
He's
going
moved
over to her
over
to whisper.
Renori. Yeah.
Okay, talk to Renori.
Renori, stop being such a weenie and let Raven talk to Tessa.
Oh, my beanie!
She yells.
Yeah,
This,
she's so annoying.
so, Raven and Faustus.
Looks over like, what the fuck?
Raven and Faustus, you're perusing this investigation. Both of you, I don't know if you, I mean, it's really going to be up to you if you kind of notice each other. If you want to do perception check to see if you see each other looking around, you may. But you're in this investigation, and then just from the back
We're both
behind
shady
you.
as hell. I think we're both shady as hell. We know that we're looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, I rolled anyway an 8. So, like,
Okay.
that would not have been good.
You suspect Raven, but you're not looking to confirm, basically. Like, you're not picking up on it, you're not looking for it. You don't know about it, it's not happening. And then from behind you is Renori aghast at being called a weenie.
What about weenie? Raven just asked out loud back at them because she's done with the war table.
Oh, I said Renori is being one.
Oh,
Tessa sort of, like,
Raven
turns.
literally sighs. Raven literally closes her eyes and just sighs because she's just like, I could ask why, but do I want to know?
Oh, don't worry, Renori's gonna fill that in for you right now.
Okay.
Renori's gonna look at Tide right as Tide says that he said that Renori's being a weenie, and she's gonna go, yeah, Tide is saying that I'm being a weenie just because I don't want other people making out in my boyfriend's bedroom.
Who's making out in whose bedroom?
Who?
We're making out.
That's not supposed to be the takeaway.
Right, am I the only one who's
Raven
a bit
just blurts
confused?
out, this is hollow.
I assume all eyes swivel to you, Raven.
I just want to remind everybody, I gave you advantage like an hour ago to lock this down, and you didn't take it.
Yeah. Raven's not smooth.
That's why I gave you advantage.
She didn't. No.
Ugh.
So
Anyway, the
Faustus
table's
is a smooth criminal.
so the table is hollow.
Yeah. Isn't that odd? Faustus, do you... Let's look... I'm gonna look for, like, a button or something. She starts to, like, narrate what she's doing.
Mind you, I've been in a escape room with Sarah.
Oh, is this a real life experience, Sam? Is this real life experience?
No, I don't want to talk about it.
It's Sarah on the floor for me.
Now you're gonna find out what it would be like to do it with me. Faustus drops onto his back and shimmies onto the table to look around.
Alright, go ahead, do me investigation, please, Faustus.
Yeah, can I also? Because she was going to start looking.
Yes.
Do it with disadvantage because she's so flustered.
Okay, that's fine. Tide. What were you doing?
Can I do an insight check or a perception? I think it's insight to see how Tessa is reacting
Insight.
to
Yes, you may.
everything that's going on.
Go for it.
I got a 15.
Okay, Faustus.
Got a 24.
Nice. All right, we'll come back to you in a second. Tide. Go ahead and do that insight for me.
I had an 18.
Okay, so Tessa is sort of. She seems very amused, and she's kind of just watching this happen. Like, she's not really saying anything, she's just kind of watching this happen with this little smile on her face. Yeah, she seems very amused right now.
Tide is gonna walk over to Tessa.
Okay. She's standing there. What's she doing?
He's gonna sigh and say, I gotta do this myself, apparently.
Oh, no.
And discreetly whispering, like actually trying to be quiet,
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna go, so, Raven's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, she is.
Cool. You should get, a meal with her sometime. Hey, you're not hearing this. You're under the table.
No, she's looking at the table. She's not under it. Okay, Tessa kind of like, I suppose I could. Yes, I've kind of been planning to get a meal with all of you. It seems to be how meals are consumed around here.
Yeah, but you should sit next to me then. I usually sit over there, so you can have my spot.
Okay.
And yeah, you can sit next to Raven.
And where does Faustus sit?
He doesn't usually sit.
Okay.
That's now.
That's not a lie.
Someone's lap.
Okay, well, but I thank you. I suppose, I'll get a meal with both of them.
Great. Mostly
Yes.
Raven though. Great. Yeah. So Raven. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then Tide's gonna walk by.
Okay. Renori, do me a perception check.
Oh god, okay.
Raven, do me a perception check.
22.
Oh my god.
Okay. And what is Raven getting? Faustus, you're under the table, so you're occupied. We're gonna get to you in a second.
Table downtown.
And 22 also.
Okay. So you both don't hear this conversation, and you don't see most of it, but you do see Tide kind of sliding away from Tessa a little bit, and then you see Renori, you see this a little bit differently than Raven does. So Renori, you see Tessa kind of watching Raven thoughtfully, and then her eyes drift down to Faustus, and then her eyes drift to the floor. Raven, you look up just as Tessa is looking at you, and you both make eye contact, and then Tessa smiles.
Raven holds the stare, but not in like a I'm trying to
asserting dominance
sexy way, but like in a oh holy shit, she's looking at me way. And then she's gonna be like, and then so you said that she looks to Faustus after?
Yeah, her gaze, like the same kind of gaze, also at Faustus, and then her eyes drop to the floor.
Raven does she notices that she looks at Faustus,
I mean, yeah,
right?
if you hold her stare, then yeah, you would like I'm gonna say like Tessa's probably like staring at you for as long as is socially acceptable before she looks away, so it's not like a purposefully breaking eye contact, if just putting that out there. It doesn't come off to you that way.
Contact.
Hold on, eye contact. Alright, anyway. Raven is going to also then look at Faustus and like think about something
Hot.
and just be like,
Okay.
And then she goes back to looking at the desk.
All right.
Like underneath-ish, like she kind of is like crouched.
Okay, you're kind of crouching. Faustus has gone full mechanic. Okay, so Faustus.
Yeah.
We're gonna start with you. You're familiar with these kinds of things. You've seen lots of secret compartments in your day. You're like, all right, all right, it's somewhere. And you do some cursory knocks along the wood. The whole thing more or less seems hollow. Nothing is popping out to you, but it is a good sign that the whole thing seems hollow. It's not really, actually. It's the opposite of a good sign, because you can't isolate where, like, a drawer might be. But it does seem like this whole, like, the table is there, and there's some space between the table, the top of the table and the bottom of the table, because it's large. And you're also able to identify that this is probably, like, because it's such a big chamber on this table, that whatever the entrance is probably similarly large. Like, it's probably not going to be a drawer or something that comes out. Raven, you are kind of still looking around the sides and under the bottom edge of the table, and you see Faustus at work as well. And you don't feel any sort of, like, catches or anything. Can you do me a strength check, please?
Oh. No. That's good. Besties, I rolled a nat 1.
There it is.
Ouchie.
2, but still, yeah.
So, you pinch your finger. Basically, you're running your hand along the bottom, like, edge of this table, and, does Raven have, like, because tieflings have claws, like, do you have claws, or are yours kept short?
They're kept short for a reason.
I figured. So you're running, we know this, you're running your hands along, like, the kind of bottom edge of the table, and, there's, like, a snag, like, you like, not something, you hit something, but, like, your hand gets stuck, and you pinch your finger, you get a boo-boo.
Like it's a pinch?
Yeah, like, you get pinched.
Raven curses. She's just like, fuck, ow, and then she looks at where she nicked herself.
Yeah, it's, like, you don't have a splinter, but it hurts. It's not pleasant.
No, like, at the desk.
Oh!
Like,
Oh, okay, yeah. You don't see anything of note. Roll me another investigation check. See if you can look a little harder. Faustus, what are you doing? Now that you have a better lay of the land here, you know that you're looking for a sort of larger opening. What are you doing?
I guess examine the rest of the table, not just the bottom, then.
Okay, so legs seem pretty sturdy. You kind of do some cursory, like, twists and pokes and things like that. See if you find any secret buttons. No dice. Do me a strength check.
And I...
Oh, what now?
Do me a strength check, Faustus. What's up, Renori?
Oh, I was gonna say, can I go over and investigate? Because what I would want to do is try to just, like, open it like a book. You know, like...
Go ahead and do me a strength check. With advantage, because Faustus is doing it at the same time. Do it with advantage.
My strength is +0.
I think
I rolled a
Renori
natural 20.
Nice! Okay.
It's a 20 on the strength check.
Okay. So, I'm a -1, and I rolled an 18 for 17.
Okay, so both of you kind of
just ripped the top of the desk off.
You both get the same idea at the same time. And you circle the table and get you both get your hands under it. Renori at, like, probably the far end, Faustus on this side, and you both go to lift, and you do so with a little too much excitement, and this lid of the table comes up, and then there's like a whah! As the table threatens to fall off balance.
Wait.
Can you both do me a let's do dexterity saving throw to see if you catch the table, because I know your strength is awful.
Because Raven was looking very intently at the table, because they flipped open the table so hard, do they just whack her across the face?
I am burning my inspiration. I'm going to burn my inspiration for advantage on this roll. Dexterity save, right?
Yeah, dexterity save. Raven, please also do me dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god. Alright.
So besties, I got a 12.
Cool. Faustus?
I got, let's see here, a 25.
Okay. Raven?
A nat 20, bitch.
Let's go! Let's go! We love to see it.
Finally, I dex saver. It rolled well.
I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you. I'm gonna put some rules in chat for you. So,
yay.
Okay, so you all, so Renori, you were like, and you managed to get your hand on the table, but it's still kind of tipping. Faustus, you see this happening, like it's unfolding in slow motion, and you slam your hands down on the other end of the table. And it kind of, like, rumbles a little bit and stays still. Raven, you pull your chin out of the way to avoid a horrible smack to the face.
Raven just sort of glares at Faustus and Renori, because she was like obviously like looking at it, and they just like whooped it open. So she's just like
Tide, you and Tessa just watched them open a table. Like, you left them alone for like 2 minutes, like you're trying to be hype man. You've got one, like, you're like, okay, I'm gonna make this happen. They opened a table. What are you doing? I'll talk about what's in the table. I'll talk about what's in the table in a second. I want to know what Tide's doing.
Tide will sigh, because his entire plan is now thwarted because of this discovery, and he will kind of like a mix between sad and begrudgingly walk over to the table, because he knows he needs to know what's in there, but he's not happy that it's happening right now.
Right. Okay, so we get a look inside the table. A number of things meet your eyes, not necessarily in any sort of pattern or seeming connection, but you find a collection of belongings. You find some scrambled parchments. You find some are burnt scraps, some are shredded scraps, some are whole scraps. You find a storybook. Like, it's this beautiful green book with like golden gilded, not even gilded, like the corners of this book are actually like metal. You don't really know, looking at it cursory, if it's actual gold on the corners or if it's just metal. You assume it's probably just metal, but it's got this fancy designing on it and stuff, and it's one of those old books where it's like the cover is like a frame oval and then there's a picture in the center, and the picture in the center is of a ship on the sea, and you see across the cover it says Wonderful Adventures and Whimsical Tales, and there's no author listed, but it is in common. So like I said, there's various scraps of parchment. Some look to be doodles. Some are hurried notes. You see... Everybody do me a history check.
Non-natural 20.
Okay.
18.
Okay.
A 9.
Yikes.
18.
Yeah.
All right.
18 as well.
Raven, you're not gonna. You see this, but you don't recognize what's behind it. You see a ring, and this ring bears a crest. And from your various travels, learnings, all your different walks of life, you recognize the royal crest of the kingdom of Furia on this ring. It looks.
Can I ask what the crest looks like?
Are you asking them or are you asking me?
You, because like I know the crest, I know what it looks like.
Yeah.
But
So
like, what does it look like?
okay, so this crest is a it's got like the traditional like shield shape, and then it's got a I'm trying to remember colors because there's a lot of kingdoms. Just give me a second. It is so this is the shield shape, and then there are a like there's like a branch running across the length of the shield and two doves, and it looks like they're carrying the branch, like olive branch imagery. And on the shield itself, there looks to be like those little fleur-de-lis. I don't know if that's how you say that, and they're in a powder blue, and they are sparkling. Like this is a blingy kind of ring, and that's the crest. You see these doves, and you see the blue. What else do you see in this? So it's the ring, you see that book, you see like a, how do I describe it? Like a little notebook, almost. Like, it's not really bound, it's more like a leather case with pockets. Kind of like a little mini folder, or like the outside shell of a journal. But it looks like most of the parchments that have spilled, like, that are about in this things, like, seem to have spilled from this casing. This is a pretty big table. That's about the balance of what's in it.
Does the table look filled with the parchment because it's so big, or is it like mid?
It's kind of mid. Like there's a pretty considerable, like it's. Roll me perception.
14.
Okay. You can take a reasonable guess that this like journal case thing probably wasn't tied very tightly, and the parchment has spilled out of it. There's a considerable amount. Like you would assume this thing would be full if everything was back in it. And that's what's, when you're looking at it right now, that's what's in it. So what are you doing?
Oh, the history for everybody else as well.
That's right. I asked you. I asked you for the history for the crest. So.
Yeah, I got like a 9. So.
I know. That's what I was saying. Else. That's what I was saying. So like describing the crest. That's what you get. Oh wait, I didn't tell you what the crest freaking. Cool. Great. Thanks, guys. Brain do be fried. So you recognize the crest of the Kingdom of Furia. Everybody else. Raven, you don't recognize the kingdom. That's what's happening. So you can visibly see the crest. You just don't recognize the kingdom it's from. Everybody else, you recognize the Kingdom of Furia. Did we get any nat 20s in the group? Or dirty 20s? I think Renori had a dirty 20, right? Okay. You, recall something from your studies that this kingdom had 2 crests, one which has fallen out of use, but you don't recall what it looks like. This is the one that seems to be a more common operation. And, okay. That's the balance of what's in this table.
Could I do a check to see if I can, like, make out anything on the papers without disturbing any of them?
Oh, without disturbing them? You're gonna need to do me sleight of hand.
Well, no, like, just, like, from looking at it, like, do I read...
Oh, like, just looking without... Okay, yeah. You can just... looking is a free action. So you look down at this spread, and you catch glimpses of drawings and notes and all sorts of fun goodies. Some things seem to be lists. It's all in common, like the words that you're catching. Go ahead, do me an investigation check.
Nat 20, baby, for a 26.
Nice. You take like a very slow stroll around this table at every angle that you can to look at the parchment without touching it. And like I said, for the words, they all appear to be in common. You catch some lists, what looks like a actual like writing, like a long page of writing, but you can't quite tell what it says. There's no singular words that really catch your attention that stand out from this pile that seem important. But you can tell, what you can tell is that whoever wrote it has very nice handwriting. It's like a very clean, kind of compressed sort of print. It just seems casual, like this, it can tell you a lot about the history of these papers. Even the burnt fragments and the torn ones, they don't seem to be taken in any sort of rush. There are glimpses of drawings as well to look like they were kind of not bad, but done with charcoal, but you can't get a look at the full pictures without touching.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead, Tide.
Tide is kind of like, it's a circular table, right?
It's a rectangle.
Rectangle. So he's going to kind of like hold on to the edges, I guess like a normal table.
Yeah.
And look over at Renori, and not in a shady way, because this can be taken as shady, but just say, has Casper shown any of you this? Has Casper shown any of this to you before?
Well, we really haven't had the time. So...
Wink.
No. But...
Or the energy.
I don't care. Because... I personally don't doubt that if I had been like, hey, do you have any hollow tables? That he would have really kept this one close to the chest. But I think that that's the difference between how I feel about things and how most everyone else feels about things at the moment.
Tide, do me a perception check, please.
Poor thing. 17.
Okay. You hear kind of, not, I don't want to say commotion because that implies panic. It's not that. You just hear noise outside, like chatter outside. More so than you've been hearing before, like as if activity has started up. It is getting kind of late afternoon at this point. Like I'm thinking probably 4 o'clock-ish. So it kind of stands out to you a little bit.
Well, we're not going to be in here alone for long, so what do we want to do about this? And that's directed towards the entire group.
I feel as though I might perhaps still be on a bit of thin ice, and I can completely understand why I meant nothing by that comment, but if this were my table, I wouldn't want it disturbed. Sometimes secrets are better left to lie until they're relevant.
Quite frankly, I feel sort of disgusting with this open in front of me, so...
I mean, you did open it.
Faustus, like...
Here's what I would like to do.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
I would like to step up to the table,
very
grave expression, put my hands on the table, and close it.
Okay.
Like, pull it back closed.
Close the lid.
I'm going to say, as I'm closing it, I'm going to say, the contents here seem personal. and don't seem like anything that should be of our concern. Some secrets are best left kept. And as I'm closing it, I would like to sleight of hand, mage hand that journal, the folded leather with the notes in it, and try to pull that out. I'd like to try to use sleight of hand to do that without being seen.
Okay, go for it. I was waiting. I so thought it was going to be the ring. But, you know, I'm intrigued. I like where this is going. Go ahead, Faustus. Just let me know what you get. Oh.
Raven is suspicious of Faustus's motives, but Raven only thinks it's because he's trying to get into Tessa's pants. And, like...
Question.
I added, before you say that, just for y'all, for chat, for goofs, I also added a Raven mage hand, so for whoever's mage hand count you're doing, just put F or R before the mage hand.
Oh my god.
And it'll do your count. What's up, Faustus?
So, I'm trying to remember when we last long rested, it was right at the end of last session, right?
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not last. It was the beginning of last session. It was the beginning of last session.
Yeah, it was 2 sessions.
I'm trying to remember if I used my oops, wait, no, go back.
You did. You used it for the waffles.
Damn. Okay, well, in that case, it is a 16.
So, I'm always suspicious of Faustus.
Renori, do me a perception check.
Yeah, I want to see if I can catch...
Renori, do me a perception check.
Nonsense.
And we'll talk about what happens.
Can I do one too? God.
Yes, Tidy May. What's going on? What's going on, Renori? You muted yourself. Oh, no, you didn't. You didn't. Oh, you just cut out. You just cut out.
I rolled a natural 20.
Okay.
Or a 24.
Nice. Alright. Who else was looking? Tide?
I got an 18.
18? Okay, Raven, are you rolling or are you trusting him?
No, it's not that Raven trusts him. It's just that she's just like, this is bullshit. But she thinks it's because he's trying to, like, get on the good side of Tessa. And not like he's, like, actually going to steal something.
Okay, so... What's up?
I just want to clarify, Tide is not doing this to stop him in any way.
He just wants to see it. He just
knows that is so out of character for him and does not buy it for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, Faustus. So here's the thing. Just to clarify as well in case, so it's essentially a journal, but unbound, if that makes sense. So a lot of the parchments, as we gathered, like a lot of these parchments that are kind of spilled out on the table look like they belong to this. So before I say what happens, are you trying to get any of those or just picking up the case as is?
Just picking up the bundle as is.
Okay, so you managed to slip the mage hand in under this... Where do I have a book? I'm going to act this out. I do have a book. Okay, so you managed to, so let's say this is lying here, you managed to get the mage hand under kind of an upper edge and sort of bring it up to the edge of the table to kind of, you're manipulating the sort of bend of the leather to get it to slide as discreetly out of the table as you can. And you're trained in this, so you do a pretty good job. You get it to the edge of the table and you get it to drop down into your mage hand, but you're not standing close enough to obscure the dropping into the mage hand. So you do acquire the book, and you have it, but it is not undetected, Renori. Faustus is closing the table with two hands, and you catch this slip, like this book slips out, like you see it, because you looked at the book, so you recognize the book has fallen out into his mage hand.
Can I cast Counterspell and then, like, dive for the book?
Oh my god, okay, this just got dramatic. Yeah, sure, go for it. Does Counterspell need to do anything? I don't think so, right? You just interrupt it?
Yeah.
What, Mage Hand's a cantrip, right?
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about the levels.
I think technically Counterspell, you would have to cast it when I cast the Mage Hand. as a reaction.
Yeah, because
when
it's
I take the action to cast the spell.
it is a reaction.
I do.
You're attempting to interrupt the spell as it's happening. So
You
yeah.
just push my glasses up my nose as I make a rules.
boy.
Excuse me.
Okay, well then
Actually.
can I
Actually.
Okay.
According to the player's handbook.
According to rules as written.
would dispel magic work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yep.
I'll cast dispel magic.
Okay.
That's just gonna work.
It's
because
odd.
It's a cantrip.
Yeah, it's
It's
going to
a
auto
cantrip,
fail.
so-
So you, Renori, hold on, 1 second. It's not that it's going to fail. I just need to read something real quick. Okay, so you mutter a few words, and there's a twitch of your fingers, and the mage hand dissipates. Faustus, you feel that extension of you dissipate. And the journal is falling. Can you do me do a dexterity save? See if you catch it.
Yeah.
I
See what we
also
get.
want to move forward.
Yeah, you can move for it. So Renori, you're going for you're trying to grab it from him.
Oh yeah.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. Do me a dexterity check.
Jake looks
You're gonna
smug.
do a dexterity contest.
No, I mean, of course, Jake's gonna win, but 12.
Okay.
16.
All right. Renori, you're fast. He's faster. You, with not really necessarily a literal snap, but with a snap, you dispel the mage hand, and you see the book fall, and you kind of take your few steps forward to try and grab for it before he can get his wits about him. But Faustus is quick, and he manages to...
Faustus too furious.
Faustus and the Furious.
And that's the end of stream.
That's it, yeah. That's
Fun.
I don't think I could top that. He snaps a hand out, and Faustus, you do catch this book.
Can I grapple him?
You do have
Go-
hold person.
Do a strength
yeah.
contest.
No.
No,
that's
you're
not
doing
it.
hold person. Okay.
Hold person.
Okay.
Do it. Do what you want. What is
I
it?
am,
Wisdom
I'm
save?
doing
Hold
it.
person is
Wisdom save.
wisdom save. Yeah.
Yeah, wisdom save. I'll say how much after you tell me what you rolled.
Big money, no whammies.
Got this.
It's a natural 20.
Nice.
Oh no.
Faustus, you see the gears turning. You feel your
Dang it.
muscles start to seize up almost unnaturally as Renori lashes out to hold you. Renori, you take a from your component pouch. Is that at your hip? Do you keep
Yeah.
that at your hip? Okay. So you take a small piece of iron between your fingers and you mutter out a few frustrated words and kind of outstretch your hand, and Faustus, you feel as your limbs start to lock in place. You're like, no! And the magic dissipates, and you are free to move, and you have this book in your hand. What are you doing? And Renori has very obviously just tried to restrain you. Like, nobody else is pressed about this.
I tuck the book behind my back and just look at Renori and tilt my head.
Put it back.
Tide, what's up? Hold on, before this gets
Did
riveting.
at this point, I'm assuming
This
I know
is
who has the
happening.
book.
No,
Okay.
you roll me a
There's no
perception
way I
check.
don't know.
Roll a perception
Because
check. No. Roll a perception check because he might not. You might
Okay.
not
I'm
be.
doing it too.
We
Did
don't.
did my 18 not see him take it the first time?
Your 18 saw him take it.
Okay.
Yeah, you saw him take it, and then the scuffle erupted.
Okay. So I know that he has it.
You know that he was attempting to take it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's all I care about.
Raven, go ahead and do that perception.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You see. Okay, so you didn't see Faustus take the book initially. Faustus just, he's trying to get in Tessa's pants, whatever. And he closes the table, and the scuffle erupts. Renori dashes forward, like swiping at something, and then Faustus is just holding something behind his back, head tilted. And you kind of subtly lean, and you see the edge of that book that was in the table, that leather sort of note case.
Raven tries to hold back the fact that she's about to burst out laughing, but she does it poorly. She's like,
Faustus, you hear a few snickers.
Just sort of rolls his neck and eyes and just sighs and says, "You're no fun at all." And he opens up the table just a little bit, and the book floats back in.
It floats back in. Okay.
Out again.
You set the note case back. Ty?
Can I do a perception check to see if there is more noise outside, like people are coming towards us?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Renori's just gonna look at Faustus and, like, it's genuine even though she sounds annoyed. Thank you for that.
Tide, what's that roll?
It was a 14.
You don't notice any up or down tick in the amount of noise. What y'all do notice, though, is the door straight up opens, and Casper walks in, and he's talking as he walks in. Tide, what immediately concerns you, because you were kind of by the door, you didn't hear him coming, so there's a blessing of time that just happened here, and you recognize that. Casper strolls in. Okay, listen, so what I've done, we're on course. We're going to be on course in a few moments. I'm just trying to get the winds to cooperate with us, but we have a course plotted. The issue, and the issue on the table. He spreads out. He takes that map back out again, the one that's of the area you're in, and spreads it back across the table. Kind of like sends the roll flying a little bit, and then it kind of uncurls at the end. And he points at this area in the center, this waveless sea. This is a stupid ass name. I don't know what happened in the past few years. There's every kind of old wives' tale and sailors' folklore. And he kind of gestures. You'll see there's like tiny sea creatures kind of drawn in on that area of the map, because that's what those are for. We don't know what's happening. But there's a storm, and a bad one, and it's about in this area, and we're just approaching the edge of it. We should be fine if we keep sort of a eastward curving course, but we have to be careful of this. I've gotten through a few storms, but you don't want to chance fate on purpose. Just putting that on the table. If our travel has to be elongated, I'm going to do it, because I, number one, don't want us to die, and number two, like my boat. But we're on course. That's what I came to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to take any unnecessary risks.
Just trying to be forward and forthcoming.
Sure.
That's all.
Yeah.
And he kind of looks at all of you, and he goes, "Are you okay?" Because you're all just kind of standing around.
We were making out.
No, we weren't. We weren't. Renori.
Casper's face immediately goes into a smirk, and he's like, "Oh." And then...
We really weren't. Renori's just saying over and over again, like, we really weren't.
Ren, he gives you a wink, and he's like, "I leave you alone for a few minutes. Come on now." And he gestures towards the door.
We really weren't.
Mm-hmm.
It's just broken.
Yeah. I'm sure you weren't, Ren. I'm sure you weren't. Come on, guys. And he gestures to the door.
Raven leans over to Faustus, and it's just like, is Cass a cook? Like...
And I lean back and I say, "Don't kink shame. It's a bad look."
I'm not. I'm just... It was a genuine question.
It's identifying. It's not shame.
In that case, then I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
How close am I to the door?
You're right by the door. Casper's right by the door. You're right by the door. It's not a big room. You're right there.
I'm leaving.
Yeah,
Tyler's going to walk out.
That's fair. He's gestured towards the door. Is everybody else leaving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine.
Tessa's kind of
I
backing towards the door as well. Renori, how you doing?
Faustus waiting for us to all leave so he can try grabbing the book again.
I think so.
I mean, Brenori is pointedly not leaving until Faustus leaves.
Faustus,
All right.
you are taking. Raven's leaving. Tessa.
We're gonna give this one last try.
All right.
Oh my
Real
god.
attempt. Here we go. All right. I'm going to exit the room. As
Okay.
I am exiting the room, I'm going to look back to Renori and see if and just say, "Are you coming?" And I am going to attempt to surreptitiously perform an action, which is I can make my familiar appear in any unoccupied space within 30 feet.
You certainly
I'd like to
can.
make Lilith appear inside of the table
Okay.
and have her grab the journal,
Okay.
and then I'm going to poof her back at a later time.
Okay.
But the sleight of hand is to see if I can do the necessary things to do that.
Necessary poofing.
Go for it.
All right. Let's see some better rolls here, buddy.
Can I like roll perception to see if I can catch him?
Is your insight or perception better?
They are the same.
Okay, then we'll call it insight. Well, actually, what kind of information do you want? Do you want the visual, or are you looking at Faustus? Are you looking at Faustus' hands?
I am, well,
And what part of Faustus are you looking at?
okay.
Oh god.
I
We were making out.
I would be scanning all of Faustus, but specifically towards like his
Nice.
hands, knowing how magic works, because I would want to catch him doing a spell so I could cast counterspell.
Okay. Is your Arcana better?
Oh, my Arcana is amazing.
Do Arcana.
Okay.
Faustus, what'd you get?
15.
Okay, Renori, what'd you get?
22.
Okay, here's what happens. Renori, as Faustus does, he does a sort of whoosh-a-sha. You don't. So here's the thing. It's not super helpful, but you catch something. The reason it's not super helpful is magic is incredibly personalized. Some people prefer finger snaps. Some people have designated hand gestures that they like to do that makes it just is easier for them, like a tick.
Mm-hmm.
Some spells require specific movements. This is not a spell that requires a specific movement. This is more Faustus's flair. But you do catch a sort of trip in the fingers that could be suspicious. Based on the time that you've spent together, or it could be him having fingers. Faustus, you make your gesture, and you feel Lilith appear within the table.
I would say I'm probably staring at Renori, just sort of waiting for her response.
'Cause he
and
did
then I
ask
glance
you
over,
the question.
then you hear a from the table, and I glance over and then look back at Renori. And I probably just lick my lips.
I can't.
I hated that.
Is your worm in the table?
Hold on.
Not anymore.
Did your worm abscond with something from the table?
What's in the table? It's Casper.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing.
Okay,
Or
I was joking earlier about the making out. I don't know what's happening. Come on.
I was also joking about the making out. That was like a clear
Casper,
lie.
we were making out.
He was like, okay, I want to clarify. Casper was going along with the joke.
Wait. Raven just takes her like lipstick, smudges it onto her fingers, and like wipes it on Faustus's mouth.
Okay, Faustus is.
Yeah, we were making out.
Didn't you leave the room? Are you coming back in the room to do this? Or are you in the corner?
No, Tide left.
Tide left.
Yeah, Tide left, but Raven was like on her way out. So like
I was
she
behind her.
left the room and everything.
Faustus. Raven does some finger painting.
I take this opportunity while I have some of Raven matching lipstick color to Raven on. I try to make eye contact with Tessa.
Tessa is outside the door, but she's kind of watching over Casper's shoulder because she Casper was like, "Come on," and Tide was like, "Thank you," and Tide pieced out. Tessa's kind of waiting for the rest of you.
Let's go. Tide was like, "No, I'm leaving."
That's fair.
Tessa's is gonna give like an anime like e-boy lip bite, like a little bit of a head tilt and like a lip bite at Tessa, and then looks back at Casper.
Okay, that's a lot that's happening.
On that?
You guys know what I'm picking up what I'm putting down.
I am picking up what you're putting down, Raven. I mean, talking. Yeah, you can say words.
Raven's just gonna look at Faustus and be like, if you want, I can tell you the brands of the lipstick later. If you like it that much.
Sure,
it's this
Ripley
deep,
has some in stock.
it's just deep purple color, just for reference.
Oh, okay, that's cute.
It's
It complements your
color.
skin. Okay, Tessa definitely catches your gaze, Faustus, and you see her burst out laughing. Do insight.
I hope that's a good laugh.
That's what we're trying to find out.
Oh, 7.
Okay,
No.
so she seems very amused, but you can't get a read on if that amusement is at your expense or because you're funny.
Oh no.
She seems very amused, and it's
I'll
very
do an insight check.
You can. She seems very amused, and it's very endearing to watch her laugh. In fact, she hasn't really done that ever since you've known her. But you don't know what it means. Raven?
19.
Ooh, okay. It seems like she thinks Faustus is funny. And
But
it was
like in a sexy way.
Like in this.
is that what Raven is looking for?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
She's looking for interest.
She's looking. Yeah, you see interest. Raven, you also she like is looking at Faustus as this happens, and then she catches your gaze too, and then she kind of goes back to like covering her mouth, like trying to stop laughing.
Nice.
Do I tell if she was into what I did by putting the makeup on him?
She gave the same look that was directed Faustus' way, came your way as well.
Nice.
Faustus didn't notice this, so he looks a little bit annoyed, pulls out a handkerchief, shakes it out, and just kind of like wipes it off and tucks it back away, and then just kind of walks it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he thinks he just like
So,
he thinks he just like didn't land a pickup line, you know.
Mhm.
That's kind of the-
I do want to say that Raven kind of like taps Faustus's ass with like she like just like gives a little like tap, and she goes, "If you want more of that, you can find me."
Okay. Renori, how are you doing? How are you doing, Bessie?
So this is all happening.
This is
And
happening.
So, Renori clocks Casper picking up on the potential table information and decides that that's not something she wants him to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
So, she goes, never mind. It was an inside joke, and it's not that funny anymore.
Oh.
Does she have to roll a persuasion for that?
Nope.
Oh.
Casper believes her.
But I will say that, like...
Ooh, that hurts worse.
Oh, shush, I'm trying not to think too much about it.
You just allowed him. Mm-mm.
I am very aware of the intentional character choices that I am making, thank you very much. And will I regret them later? Yes, but they're being made. Before, like, they all, like, leave the room, like, Renori does want to catch Casper really quickly, and, unrelated to everything.
Okay.
Just go like, so... And she looks over at the bed, and then she looks down at Casper's shoes.
Oh, okay. I was like...
Musty shoes.
In a sexy way? And then I was like, you said the shoes.
No, you think you know where it's going. You don't.
I don't.
So... If we ever... Just, do the shoes always stay on?
Are you asking him if the shoes stay on during sex? Is that what you were asking him?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course I'm asking.
We need to know.
He kind of,
The fans have voted.
Casper...
They need to know.
Casper kind of goes pink. And he goes... No.
And I please do a perception check or like whatever to see if I'm still in earshot of this because I was the last to leave the room.
Do a perception check because you're still in the room, but I assume this is quiet. I don't think Fedora would be blasting her business like this in the streets.
A 14.
Catch them whispering. There's a mention of shoes. But you don't see the targeted look, and you can't catch anything else.
I look at Raven and Casper's like shoes respectively, and I'm like, honestly, like I think to myself, I'm like, not my taste, and I just leave the room.
That's fair.
I'm just like, I wouldn't wear them.
And so when Casper responds with that before, like, I literally just threw my D20. I don't know if you saw that. But that's the anxious energy I'm bringing to this moment.
Oh, great.
Chucked my D20.
Chris is in every kind of pain right now. Like, that's the face of someone who left the room and wished he had left the room.
Yeah.
Raven, do you have thaumaturgy?
Yes, I do.
Oh, man.
Why do you ask?
Can't you hear things with thaumaturgy?
Can I?
I don't...
Oh, I just minimized.
That does not come to mind. Thaumaturgy is small magic effects, like opening windows.
Makes her voice boom 3 times louder, open or close a window or door.
Yeah, it's more about creating effects, not amplifying yourself.
Yeah, I could...
Create the sound of fluttering bats or non-harmful tremors in the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, again, Renori
Sabrina
will
the
say,
Teenage Witch shit.
Yeah.
Renori's mic drops, so to speak, before she's out of the room. She'll just be like, well, I'd like to see you without your shoes sometime.
Nice.
Okay. I should have called this
In a
episode...
sexy way?
Renori's defeat.
That was not supposed to be the takeaway. I really should have called this episode in a sexy way. I have to say, I am immensely disappointed that when I said the shoes do not stay on during sex, that there wasn't the immediate, like, alright, pay up. There was such investment in this. Why were no bets made?
More like next steps on me, please.
Okay, you know what, guys? I'm gonna have to pull the plug on that one. We're doing too much. We'll give it a little bit of a neater ending. Renori, you say that, and he gets the most brilliant smile on his face. And he's like, okay, yeah, yep, yes. And, like, tries to save it. Well...
Casper's in
Oh, no.
Oh
That's a natural one. So he tries to bring it back around towards, like, being suave, but it didn't work out. Okay, so you exit the room as well. Is everybody staying in the room, or are we all leaving the room?
Where's his face? No, Raven's like
Leaving.
left.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you
God.
finally exit the room. Tide, where did you go? Are you just standing on the deck? Alright, so we'll leave that.
He's gonna go down to the galley.
Okay, everybody else. So everybody's gonna witness this. We'll do your galley thing next time. This will be kind of how we tie off today. So you all exit out of the captain's quarters onto the decks after, that sure was a conversation, wasn't it? And, there's this sort of I'm gonna turn up the soundscape a smidge, just a pinch. It is very loud in my ears, and I hope it is audible for everybody else. So, there, for the stream people, I know y'all can't hear it, but, there's a sort of, like, faint creaking and the motion of the boat side to side that's been persisting as you sat in this little cove. There's not really a lot of interference here, like, you're not in open water, so the ship doesn't have as much motion as it probably would had you been out sailing, but that's when you feel the movement. Tide, that increase in activity that you were hearing is from this, that what you all are about to see, that the crew is walking around with ropes and securing crates and laying down tarps and all sorts of stuff, like they're getting ready to sail. Same with the sails. The sails have already been prepared, and Casper takes a very, like, purposeful, after that, it's not even really a stroll, it's more of like a happy little, like, hop almost that turns into a brisk walk over towards the helm. And I so badly want to be serious about this, but this mental image is actually infinitely funnier to me. So Casper gets behind the helm, and then there's just like beep, 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 as the Seahawk begins to back out of this, the boat, the Seahawk, begins to back out of this cove. He threw the boat in reverse. And if you had an omniscient point of view, if you could see outside of the ship that you stood on, you would see that the two farthest windows to the side that, in that, like, secondary deck are also flashing like hazard lights as the ship exits this cove. And it kind of come and do, like, a backwards sort of arc. And then you are officially on the high seas, your next charted course to the towering reef, to hopefully help secure the fate of the material plane. And that is where we're going to end for tonight. I really should have called this episode In a Sexy Way. Would have been funnier. Title in our heads. If for everybody in chat, I'm going to turn this back down because ADHD brain. There we go. Actually,
the next level of it is in a kinky way.
Yeah, we're just gonna. It's gonna have to in a committed relationship way, and then we're gonna get to, like, in a marriage way, or we're just gonna keep going. So
I am still so young.
it really do be like that. So, oh yeah. I was supposed to do a thing with Raven. So Raven. Yeah, I completely forgot.
It's okay.
This is happening as you're sailing away. Raven, as you are sailing away, I like to imagine that the sun is just beginning to set to the sky. It's this sort of beautiful canvas of orange and pinks and clouds that are kind of catching some of the light, so they're glowing as well. And you pass and you feel something. Like, it's a positive, sort of like, almost like shaking dirt loose, but like within you. And you look down and there's sort of this shower of, like, faint red sparkles falling off of you. Raven, you've returned to your natural age.
Hell yeah.
For those of you who are with us who will remember that Raven had her years
19.
stolen from the island that we were on, and she went from mid-20s, roughly? A little less?
Like 23, 24.
Yeah, so 23-ish to about 19 years old. But Raven's years have now returned to her. You feel like yourself again.
Nice.
And that is officially where we're going to end. Thank you, everybody, so much if you've been hanging out with us. I really, really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Spread the word. Bring a friend to your sessions. It's never too late to hop on board, hop on deck. The VODs are on YouTube. Last week's VOD will be going up eventually. I had some stuff I got to cut out of it. This week's VOD will also be going up next week as well. Next week, we have to talk about it further. We will not be playing on Friday, but we will be playing hopefully on Wednesday. I had some family stuff come up and my players are the best, and so we decided to move the session. It will be same time Wednesday if we talk about it and everything's okay, but you can keep up to date on the Twitter to check that out. As always, if you like what we do, you like watching this and you want to throw a few dollars our way, the tip page is in the chat. Supporting through Ko-Fi is infinitely better than supporting me through Twitch for the moment, because I get more of the cut, and then also because Twitch refuses to protect its marginalized creators, and I don't have any interest in continuing to fund a platform that does that. So if you would like to support us, that's the best way, and then it helps me upgrade our equipment for these sessions. All right, I'm gonna go to bed. Hope you guys had fun this time. We'll be back next week. Remember, Wednesday, not Friday. And we're not going to raid. We're just going to end for tonight. So thank you guys so much. And we'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.